Chapter 874. Night gradually shrouded the entire city. After the initial ruckus during the day, the teams that were transferred back from outside the Saito family are now on alert in their respective areas. Many of them were nervous when night fell, but more of them were curious. They were curious about the true identity of the monster. As a member of the Saito family, they are well aware of how powerful the Saito family is. Don't think that they're powerful just because they have the title of Saito family. In fact, only they themselves know that they're just a group of subordinates in the Saito family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been sent to other places. Those who stay in the Saito family are the true core of the Saito family. Here, Tier 6 warriors are only patrolling guards, Tier 7 warriors can be seen everywhere. Even Tier 8 warriors can be seen coming in and out of the Saito family's base. One can only imagine how powerful the Saito family is. However, even with such a group of people living here, they didn't find any traces of the monster. In fact, about 20 people died in one night. They couldn't help but feel nervous and curious about the situation. A crescent moon hung in the dark night sky. The slightly cold moonlight poured down from the horizon and covered the Saito family's residence with a layer of silver gauze. It was a bit dazzling. At this time, very few people in the Saito family were able to sleep because they knew what was going to happen tonight. They also knew what was going to happen. Under such circumstances, how could anyone fall asleep? Those who participated in the hunt for the monster held their breaths. They were on high alert and their eyes were wide open. They were trying to find the monster. They don't want to become food for the monster. Deep inside the Saito family's residence, Wu Yan sat in a dark corner on top of a high wall. His eyes were tightly closed, he was breathing slowly and quietly while refining his mana. His psyche was expanding along with his consciousness. If someone could peer into the depths of Wu Yan's mind, they would see that every corner of the Saito family's residence is laid out like a 2D map, including everyone's movements and location. When he sneaked into the Saito family's residence, Wu Yan used a detection spell and sat there, waiting for the monster to appear. Even though the ancestor blood in his body didn't react, Wu Yan has a feeling that he will find something in the Saito family's residence. Amidst the hazy night, the guards of the Saito family waited patiently for their arrival. They waited for the monster to appear, including Bing Ling. Walking along a corridor, the ice spirit's expression was calm, but he was already on his guard. At the same time, he felt helpless. How could he not know what his family was facing now? His uncle colluded with the Beast King and betrayed his comrades. Furthermore, he had turned into a monster that was neither human nor ghost and was killed by someone. This had already caused a huge uproar in the entire family. Now that a man-eating monster had appeared in his home, there were already rumors going around that the Saito family was actually a monster in disguise. If he can't catch the monster, then the Saito family will be in a lot of trouble. Shaking his head in frustration, Bing Ling sighed as he recalled Wu Yan's silhouette. Bing Ling had mixed feelings about Wu Yan. Not only did he defeat him, now, he's a legend in Silveria World Institute. He's so far ahead of me that I can't catch up to him no matter how hard I try. He even killed my grandfather who's a peak tier 9 and father who's also a peak tier 8. The strongest uncle in the family. To be honest, Bing Ling hated Wu Yan, but his rationality told him that Wu Yan's actions were not wrong. Bing Ling had mixed feelings about Wu Yan. He hated Wu Yan a little, but he also admired Wu Yan a little. In short, he had mixed feelings. The ice spirit sighed again and smiled bitterly. Why did it have to happen when father went out to deal with Uncle Marcus's matter? Just as the ice spirit was muttering softly to herself, suddenly, "Chi!" A very soft sound suddenly rang out, causing Bing Ling, who had thousands of thoughts in her mind, to be startled. Her eyes narrowed, and she immediately rushed towards the source of the sound. His figure turned into an afterimage as he blended into the darkness. He flew past corridor after corridor before quietly hiding in a dark corner. Whoosh! The ice spirit only felt a gust of wind not far in front of him, bringing with it a whistling sound. In the wind, a huge black shadow appeared in it, and in a flash, it shot towards a corner. Then, Ah! A blood-curdling scream suddenly exploded in the darkness. Like a deadly cold current, it enveloped the bodies of everyone in the Saito family. In an instant, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Even the ice spirit felt the same. Gritting his teeth, Bing Ling leaped around the corner and arrived at the source of the screams. Then, he saw a figure that was covered in scales and had a lizard-like tail on its back lay on the body of a guard and buried its head deep into the ground. As it moved up and down, a series of strange, chilling, gnawing noises sounded from within. Along with the noises, blood splattered from the guard's body. It's eating people. The ice spirit's face paled. Then, she made up her mind and rushed toward the monster. The undulating head of the monster suddenly stopped moving, and a red light flashed from its eyes. Just when the ice spirit thought that the monster was going to pounce on her, the monster jumped up without hesitation, and a black aura wrapped around its body. With a whoosh, it shot to the other side. Trying to escape. Bing Ling's eyes were cold. He jumped up and followed the black figure. His body was covered in an icy blue combat energy. With a flick of his hand, a dagger shot out like a flying dagger with a sonic boom. Whoosh! The dagger slashed through the air and hit the black gas surrounding the monster. Clang! After the crisp sound, sparks splashed out from the black gas. The huge black monster's figure was not affected at all. It drilled into the corridor and disappeared from the ice spirit's sight. What a terrifying body! The ice spirit felt a chill in his heart. He was a warrior at the peak of the 7th grade. Although he didn't use any combat skills or precise skills when he threw the dagger, with the amplification of his Do Chi and the sharpness of his rare armament, it only caused a small spark. It seemed that the dagger had hit the scales and didn't pierce through. Just the defense alone was enough to make him shiver. Seeing the monster disappear from his sight, the ice spirit suddenly shouted. Monster! Catch it! His voice thundered through the entire Saito residence, and for a moment, the entire place was in an uproar. Catch the monster! In the next moment, a series of shouts rang out from the Saito residence. The silence was completely broken. The guards who were guarding their posts rushed towards the Saito residence. In a few breaths, the Saito residence was filled with footsteps and silhouettes. Each and every one of the guards seemed to have gone mad as they rushed towards the Saito residence with their weapons in hand. There's a monster here. Not long after, someone shouted. Here! Here! The monster is here! Loud shouts could be heard from the sky. Saito's house was filled with people, and the monster had nowhere to hide. The guards all saw it. Then, shouts, and screams rang out one after another. On the other side, Wu Yan, who was sitting on the wall, opened his eyes. He turned his head and looked in a direction. His wine-red eyes glowed with golden light. In his body, the blood of a true ancestor began to flow faster. It is here. Feeling the blood in his body, Wu Yan took a step and disappeared. This time, I will not let you escape. Chapter 875. Ah! No! Another blood-curdling scream reverberated throughout the Saito residence, sending chills down everyone's spines. Those who were close to the scream could see that the owner of the scream had just rushed out from a corner and met the monster wrapped in black gas. Soon after, that person was wrapped in the black gas, and after a short while, the blood-curdling screams could be heard. The mass of black gas soared and left its original spot. It then flew in another direction. It looked like it was running away, but if one looked closely, they would find that the monster in the mass of black gas was very familiar with the surrounding terrain. The reason it was moving back and forth was mainly to hunt for food. That's right. Hunt. One by one, the people who were hit by the black gas disappeared one after another. Miserable screams were heard. When the surrounding people suppressed their fear and raised their weapons to charge forward, the black gas would fly away again. Every time this happened, there would be an additional set of white bones on the ground. Soon after, the black gas pounced onto another unfortunate guard. Ah! No! Help! Ah! Help! Help me! In a short period of time, another 3 guards were buried in the monster's mass of black gas. Hearing the desperate screams in the air, the surrounding guards were all terrified. Their hands holding their armaments began to tremble, and their faces were as pale as paper. They no longer dared to charge forward. As soon as the ice spirit arrived, the scene of skeletons all over the ground, miserable screams, and horrified guards holding back their fear mercilessly entered his eyes. It was like a scene from the depths of hell, causing the ice spirit to tremble. At this time, the monster in the black gas turned around and rushed towards him. It rushed over. The ice spirit's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. He watched as the black gas blotted out the sky and was about to pounce on him in the next moment. He inadvertently glanced at a skeleton on the ground and his heart suddenly tightened. If the black gas pounced on him, he would end up like this. He would end up like the skeleton on the ground. Ha! The ice spirit's eyes were wide open. He let out a loud roar and gathered all of his dou qi. The dou qi flowed into the dagger in his hands and met the black cloud head-on. Bang! The dagger hit the black gas. The dagger collided with the dagger with a muffled sound, causing circles of black gas to ripple. However, it only lasted for less than a second before the dagger in the ice spirit's hand began to vibrate and began to crack with a tkachet sound. Rare armament. It actually cracked. Bing Ling's face was red and the veins on his hands were popping. Blood splattered everywhere. Bing Ling felt as if he had crashed into a giant mountain. His bones were wailing, and his dou qi was dispersing. He was afraid that his armament would be destroyed soon, and he would be the one to break it. They would also be devoured by the man-eating monster. Die, you bastard! Just as the ice spirit couldn't help but feel despair, several angry voices rushed over like a wave, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air. About 7 or 8 figures appeared around the ice spirit in an instant. Fighting chi and magic power surged out, and they crashed into the black cloud with a loud bang. Boom! A violent gale swept across the area. The energy turned into a violent impact. With the two as the center, the sound reverberated in all directions. With a deafening roar, the ground cracked inch by inch from the impact, and the walls were also affected. Cracks spread from the top of the walls. The aura in the air indicated that the 7 or 8 figures that had rushed over were all powerhouses of the 8th stage. Bang! In the collision, the 8th stage 8 powerhouses seemed to have the upper hand. Relying on their advantage in numbers, they sent the black gas flying. Young master. One of the stage 8 powerhouses helped Bing Ling up. He was panting and his hands were trembling. His face was pale. Are you okay? I'm fine. The ice spirit shook his head with some difficulty. Then, he looked at the mass of black gas that seemed to be unharmed by the combined attack of the 8 powerhouses of the 8th order. The ice spirit felt that his hands were almost torn apart, and his heart was filled with lingering fear. If the 8 stage 8 powerhouses of the family didn't arrive in time, even if he didn't die, his hands would be crippled. To be able to almost kill him with a single attack, and to be able to withstand the combined attack of 8 stage 8 powerhouses, this monster's strength is definitely at the peak of the stage 8 realm. Peak of the stage 8, no wonder no one was able to do anything to it last night. This kind of monster must not be allowed to stay in the family. Everyone. Bing Ling decisively gave the order. Don't let it get away. Young master, don't worry. But at this moment, just as the 8th stage 8 powerhouses finished speaking, the black gas ball suddenly flipped over, bringing a gust of wind with it as it rose into the air. Under the gaze of everyone present, it flew towards the direction with the least amount of people. Not good. Bing Ling was shocked. Don't let it get away. Monster. Don't even think about escaping. The 8 stage 8 powerhouses shouted angrily, their bodies surging with dou qi and magic. Just as they were about to chase after the monster, a figure appeared and dispelled their thoughts, causing them to freeze on the spot. And the direction that the figure was in was the direction that the monster was rushing towards. Bing Ling and the other stage 8 powerhouses reacted, but they didn't have time to see the figure's appearance. They could only cry out in alarm. Careful! However, the figure ignored their cries of alarm. Not only did it not dodge, it leaned forward and faced the monster. Fool! Seeing this scene, Bing Ling and the powerhouses of the Eighth Order couldn't help but curse loudly. Everyone in the surroundings couldn't help but close their eyes, as if they were afraid that in the next moment, that stubborn idiot would turn into a pile of bones in front of them. However, everything that happened in the next second stunned them. Bang! The black gas ball and the figure violently collided, and a monstrous force evaporated the atmosphere and the space. A few guards who were closer to the scene were even blown away by the force of the force. A violent storm reverberated through the entire scene, engulfing every corner and blowing everyone back. Pung! Everyone only heard a muffled sound. Then, the monster that everyone felt was difficult to deal with was actually sent flying by the figure. It smashed into the opposite wall, instantly shattering the wall, and was covered by the falling rubble. As for the figure, it landed lightly on the ground, and even its clothes were not messed up at all. Everyone was petrified on the spot, their faces filled with horror. The monster that 8 Stage 8 powerhouses had to join forces to barely push back was sent flying in one move by the other party. Could it be that he was a Stage 9 powerhouse? Unlike the other guards and Stage 8 powerhouses who were stunned on the spot, Bing Ling froze the moment he saw the figure. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Wu Yan. It's you. Wu Yan. Everyone shuddered at the same time, the way they looked at the figure changed. As members of the Saito family, how could they not recognize the name Wu Yan? Not only did he defeat their first young master during the Spalier World Tournament, the second young master also suffered a great loss because of his sneak attack. Even the second young master of the Saito family, Marcus, died at the hands of the other party. The name Wu Yan, to the members of the Saito family, was like thunder to their ears. And now, such a person was right in front of them? Wu Yan, at this time, a cold voice rang out. Pung! From the rubble that buried the monster, a black gas filled with a decaying aura floated out like smoke, and with a contraction, the rubble on the ground was blasted away. Everyone reflexively turned their heads to look. With one look, everyone's faces changed, becoming incomparably pale. Within the rubble, a terrifying monster covered in black scales, with long claws and a wriggling tentacle, a ferocious mouth that looked like a beast trap, and a large cyclopean eye with 7 pupils, slowly stood up. On its body, a black gas that looked like a whip vibrated back and forth in the air, and with a furious roar, it shot towards the sky. Wu Yan. Chapter 876. Black smoke that was filled with negative emotions rang out together with a roar, waking everyone up from their stupor. Seeing the ferocious monster roar with hatred, the surrounding people trembled and took a step back. Even the Ice Spirit and the 8 Tier 8 powerhouses subconsciously retreated. For a moment, the area was empty. Only Wu Yan and the monster were left standing there, facing each other. His wine-red eyes narrowed slightly. The true ancestor's true blood was flowing violently in his body, telling Wu Yan that the thing he was looking for was nearby. But looking at the monster's form, which was identical to Marcus, Wu Yan sighed softly. He didn't need the true ancestor's blood to tell him that this monster was his target. Wu Yan frowned as he listened to the other party's resentful roar. He couldn't do anything about it. This monster's behavior was exactly the same as when Marcus faced him. Could it be that every monster modified by the black light had a grudge against him? And quite a big one? Thinking of this, Wu Yan became impatient. Who cares who this monster is? He hasn't harmed any good people or innocent people. Although the people who died in his hands weren't necessarily bad people, they definitely weren't good people either. And every one of them was plotting to kill him. That's why he didn't feel any emotions towards those who hate him. If he did, he would just be impatient. Opening the system's perception, his eyes flashed with a light that only the girls could see. Wu Yan looked at the monster in front of him. Ice surface. Saito, level 79, when the monster's true identity was reflected in his mind, Wu Yan couldn't help but be startled. Then he laughed. So it's you. Wu Yan's voice was soft, much softer than ice surface's roar, but it echoed clearly in everyone's ears. Many looked at him in surprise. Ice surface's roar came to an abrupt end. The black gas filled with negative emotions slowly retreated back into his body. He knows who I am. Before Bing Mian could say anything, Bing Ling, who was standing beside him, opened her mouth and said, "That's right." Do you know who he is? Bing Ling frowned. He didn't know why Wu Yan is looking at him with a smile that isn't a smile. He felt uneasy. But Ice Spirit suppressed it and asked, "Wu Yan, who is he?" "What?" Wu Yan turned his head in surprise. Ice Spirit and everyone else trembled. "You don't even know that your little brother has become a monster?" "Little brother?" Ice Spirit clenched his fists. The uneasiness in his heart finally turned into reality. "Tell me. He's my little brother?" Ice surface. Saw. Wu Yan shrugged. "Why don't you ask him yourself?" Seeing Wu Yan's nonchalant expression, Ice surface's anger burned. The black gas around his body surged and exploded. Die. Controlled by anger, Ice surface didn't hesitate. He raised his ugly claws and viciously pointed them at Wu Yan. He slashed down. Buzz, space suddenly shook, and black light flowed on the two claws on the ice surface. As the claws were raised and lowered, several black claws containing a terrifying aura of decay cut through the obstruction of the atmosphere at an unimaginable speed. In a series of air explosions, they rubbed against the scorching heat waves. Like a black high-voltage electric current, they expanded to dozens of feet in size and fell. The ground was directly plowed into several deep trenches, and the black claw light filled the vision of everyone present. Under everyone's shocked expression, the claws fell heavily. Under the claws was Wu Yan. Within the claws, the terrifying energy was rampaging. Ice Spirit and the other 8 powerhouses could clearly feel the power enough to split mountains and seas. They were all shocked. Wu Yan, who was under the claws, curled his lips in disdain. He didn't use any magic, nor did he use any of his skills. He just raised his hand and slapped the claws above his head. Clang, a sharp ringing sound like the ringing of a bell rang out, turning into a sound wave that spread out in all directions. In an instant, the thick layer of the ground was crushed into powder. The surrounding walls collapsed directly and were blown up by the explosive wind, swirling around and spreading out. Young Master. It's dangerous. Seeing the tornado-like shockwaves, the 8 Type 8 powerhouses beside Bing Ling were shocked and hurriedly channeled their Do Qi and magic, shielding Bing Ling behind them. However, the surrounding guards were not so lucky and were all struck by the shockwaves. Ah! The sharp rocks hit their bodies one after another. With a pang-pang sound, the guards were sent flying backwards one by one. They fell to the ground in the distance and could no longer get up. Of course, this little bit of aftershock was not enough to kill these guards who had some strength. It was just a temporary loss of consciousness. Apart from Bing Ling and the 8 powerhouses of the 8th stage, everyone else was lying on the ground. Not a single one of them was able to retain their consciousness. No way. Bing Ling and the rest of the Type 8 powerhouses sucked in a breath of cold air. Just the shockwaves. One of the powerhouses couldn't help but gulp. His face was no longer as calm as before. Just the shockwave alone is already so powerful. Is that monster really the second young master? The Ice Spirit gritted his teeth and stared fixedly at the claw in front of him. His eyes were fixed on the claw light that was descending slowly. Against the wind and waves that were blowing towards him, his eyes did not move away. Ha 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 ha. Bing Mian laughed sinisterly as he looked around at the ruins and the guards lying on the ground. His laughter was like thunder. Do you see that? Do you see that? This is my current strength. My full strength. Ha ha ha. While laughing maniacally, Ice Spirit stuck out his tongue and licked his mouth full of sharp teeth. His 7 eyes were filled with ecstasy. It seemed like he was very satisfied with his current state. Furthermore, unlike Marcus who hated himself for turning into a monster, Ice Spirit didn't seem to care. To him, with his current strength, let alone a monster, he could even turn into an insect. After all, he was originally just a small Tier 7 powerhouse. Due to his injuries, he was crippled. But now, his strength was comparable to his father, who was the strongest in the family other than his grandfather. No. With his black Do Chi, he was even stronger than his father who was at the peak of Tier 8. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Bing Mian laughed maniacally again. After laughing for a while, his laughter stopped because he spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough cough. Bing Mian coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood under the astonished gazes of Bing Ling and the others. He covered his mouth that was full of sharp teeth and coughed painfully. Damn it, you ate so many people and your injuries haven't healed yet? Hearing this, Bing Ling and the others finally understood. The monster in front of them came out to eat people in order to recover from his injuries. The Ice Spirit's face had completely darkened, and her eyes were filled with pain. Wasn't his younger brother also severely injured? Ice Spirit, did you really become a monster? Just like Uncle Marcus. A bitter smile appeared on the Ice Spirit's face, and the paleness on his face deepened. Bing Mian wiped the blood off his mouth unconsciously and chuckled strangely. Well, it's fine, I just need to eat a few more people. As long as I have this kind of strength, I can do anything. As soon as he finished speaking, is that so? An extremely indifferent voice came from the claw light that was slowly descending from the front. Are you satisfied with this kind of strength? Chapter 877. Are you satisfied with just this level of strength? Following that, the claw lights that covered the sky stopped descending. Slowly but surely, the claw lights were lifted up and Wu Yan's figure was exposed under the claw lights. His black robes fluttered in the wind. His robes swayed and his bangs fluttered under the claw light. Under such circumstances, his wine-red eyes were calm and emotionless. Looking at Bing Mian who was frozen, Wu Yan smirked. If this is the strength you are so proud of, then please be prepared. He raised the black claw like a pillar that supported the heavens, and clenched the hand that was placed on top of it. Pung! Instantly, the terrifying claw light that could tear everything in its surroundings apart seemed to have been crushed by something terrifying. With a muffled sound, it scattered into black spots that filled the sky. It could no longer maintain its form and was scattered. As for Wu Yan, other than his robes fluttering, there was not a single wound on his body. Be prepared to be defeated. This. Bing Mian stared blankly at the attack he was so proud of. Not only did it not cause any damage to his opponent, but it was also scattered in an instant. He was completely dazed. You must be kidding me. My full strength. So strong. Bing Ling's eyes were a little unfocused. He unconsciously clenched his fists tightly. Is this his current strength? The other grade 8 powerhouses were speechless. They looked at each other and lowered their heads with bitter smiles. They believed that under that claw light, the 8 of them could have resisted it if they worked together. But they definitely could not do it as easily as Wu Yan. If it was just one person. The other grade 8 powerhouses shook their heads. The smile on their faces became even more bitter. Among the 8 of them, the youngest was 40 years old. But the opponent was only in his 20s. Is he already so strong in his 20s? Could it be that Wu Yan? Was it really a Type 9 powerhouse? No one present was willing to entertain this thought, but their intuition told them that this was the only way to explain what they had seen. A Type 9 powerhouse in his 20s? Bing Ling and the 8 Type 8 powerhouses were already in a state of confusion. Even Bing Mian was starting to suspect something. After all, he was a powerhouse at the peak of the 8th order, and he also had an extremely strong black Do Chi. Within the 8th order, he was definitely one of the invincible ones. But even so, his all-out attack had been destroyed by Wu Yan. He didn't even last a second. If it wasn't a 9th stage powerhouse, then who below the 9th stage could do it? 9th rank. Bing Mian felt that his throat, which was filled with the taste of blood, was extremely dry. How is this possible? Looking at the disbelief on Ice's ugly face, Wu Yan pretended to shrug helplessly. So, what exactly makes you so confident? Hearing this, Bing Mian's expression was ferocious as he shouted. But I am already at the peak of the 8th order. You can't possibly be my opponent. Peak of the 8th order? Wu Yan snickered as if he heard the funniest joke in the world. He started walking towards the ice surface. I say, did you make a mistake somewhere? Wu Yan walked towards Bing Mian with a laugh. At the same time, he laughed in spite of himself and said, don't you know? Andrew from the Ladin family, he was also at the peak of the 8th order, but he was killed by me. Your disgusting uncle, Marcus. He was also at the peak of the 8th order, but he also died at my hands. Later, he became like you and reached the 9th order, but he still died at my hands. Compared to them, you're just a piece of trash who relied on external help to reach the peak of Tier 8. You're just a piece of trash who became a monster. Wu Yan coldly spat out his words as he stared straight ahead. No. Worth. 1. Up. Those impactful words were like sharp spears, stabbing into Bing Mian's heart one after another, causing his wild joy from the sudden increase in strength to vanish into thin air. His body trembled violently. Shaking his head, Bing Mian retreated step by step as if he couldn't accept it. Feeling the power in his body that was tens or even hundreds of times stronger than before, he couldn't be proud anymore. No. No. Bing Mian went crazy. No. That's not it. This is my power. My power. My strongest power. The current me is already stronger than you. Stronger than you, it must be you. It's you. Wu Yan. The black dough chi on his body responded to Bing Mian's emotions and began to become violent. Bit by bit, it leaked out until Bing Mian was completely wrapped in it. You must be jealous of me. So you played some tricks. Right? Bing Mian laughed hysterically, his laughter was abnormally unpleasant. That's right. It must be like this. You're not as strong as me. You're not as strong as me. Hearing Bing Mian's crazy words, Bing Ling and the other rank 8 powerhouses turned their heads away, unable to bear watching. How could they be willing to believe that Wu Yan was that strong? No matter what, Wu Yan was only in his 20s, not to mention the 8 rank 8 powerhouses. The one who didn't believe it the most was Bing Ling. A few months ago, in the Spalier World Academy, Wu Yan had fought with him a few times. Although he lost, he could at least put up a decent fight against Wu Yan. But since the end of the Academy tournament, everything changed. He had advanced to the 8th rank before him, and he had been very active in the giant beasts forest. He had fought against a group of 8th rank magical beasts without losing, and he was fearless even when facing a demigod beast king. Not long after, he had become the strongest student in the academy. Even Kaya and Jaffer couldn't harm him when they joined forces. Then, the second in command of the Ladin family, who was at the peak of rank 8, was killed by him. His uncle Marcus, who was the third strongest in the family, who was only below his grandfather and father, also died in his hands. In a short 2 to 3 months, Wu Yan appeared in front of him again, suspected to be a rank 9 powerhouse. He, Bing Ling, didn't even have the right to carry his shoes. How could Bing Ling believe this? How could he believe it? However, the howling wind was still blowing against his face. His hands that were almost torn apart were also transmitting waves of pain. Reality told him that all of this was real. Bing Mian. The ice spirit closed her eyes and murmured in pain. Perhaps, I can understand why you're willing to become like this. The rank 8 powerhouses guarding Bing Ling seemed to have heard his words. They looked at Bing Mian with sympathy. As for Wu Yan, he was completely pitying him. You're avoiding reality and only want to stay in your own reality? Wu Yan shook his head and sighed. No wonder you can only rely on external help. Without external help, you can't reach your current level. Shut up, Bing Mian roared. He gathered all the black gas around him and stomped heavily on the ground. The ground was instantly crushed. Bing Mian bent down and shot forward. He raised his claws like spears and stabbed towards Wu Yan's chest. "I'll kill you." Bing Ling and the others watched as Bing Mian charged towards Wu Yan with black gas. Bing Ling saw Wu Yan's nonchalant expression and understood. Victory and defeat seemed to have been decided. Looking at the abominable-looking monster charging towards him with extreme speed, Wu Yan's heart strangely calmed down. Traces of magical power flowed on the surface of his body. No one could see it. The magical power flowed along with the blood in his body. After circulating in his body, it surged into Wu Yan's mouth. Wu Yan took a deep breath and shouted coldly, "Freeze!" Chapter 878. Freeze. The heavy shout reverberated through the air. The word "freeze" reverberated through the air like an echo. Along with the word "freeze," an obscure magic power started fluctuating in a mysterious manner. The moment the word "freeze" was uttered, the unstoppable figure suddenly froze in place. His sharp claws were only a few centimeters away from Wu Yan's chest. The ferocious monster was already in front of Wu Yan. Bing Mian used all his strength to stab his claws, but he couldn't close the distance between them and Wu Yan's chest. "What's going on?" Bing Mian screamed. All 7 of his eyes glared at Wu Yan. "What did you do?" Wu Yan grinned. He glanced at Bing Mian's ugly face and he clicked his tongue before turning his head away. "It's just a little spell of the spirit of words, a spell." Bing Mian paused. "A spell?" Bing Ling and the rest of the level 8 powerhouses frowned. Looking at Bing Ling and the others, Wu Yan scratched his cheeks. He didn't know how to explain this to them, so he decided to just say this. To put it simply, it's a tactic that can force others to act according to the words they say or influence the actions of others. Well, you can treat it as magic, a magic that forces the other party's actions or influences the other party's actions. Bing Ling and the others were shocked. They looked at each other and saw the changes in each other's eyes. They had never even heard of a magic spell that could forcefully regulate the actions of others and influence their actions. Is there such a magical spell in the Spalier world? The one who learned it. Isn't he invincible? Bing Ling and the others were tempted to do something even though it wasn't the time to think about it. If the Saito family could have such a magical magic and the magicians could learn it, and the warriors could use ice combat chi, then, Bing Ling and the others were surprised. Wu Yan seemed to have seen through their thoughts. He pursed his lips in disdain. Don't think too highly of the spell. It can only force someone weaker than the caster to act on them. The target can't be too much stronger than the caster. Otherwise, it won't work. Hearing Wu Yan's nonchalant tone, Bing Ling and the others were shocked. Wu Yan was right. Even so, it's still very powerful. Let's not talk about the fact that the caster is weaker than the caster. If the caster can affect someone who isn't that much stronger than the caster, then the effect is unbelievable. This is a battle between 2 people of the same level. As long as the difference in strength wasn't too great, even the slightest mistake could lead to a complete loss. What was the difference between a spell that could affect the opponent's actions and forcing the opponent into a state of error? And if he couldn't affect those who were much stronger than him, then what did it matter? They were all so much stronger than him. Even without the spell, the caster can't win. That's why Wu Yan said he didn't care about the spell. It doesn't affect the ice spirit and the others. Of course, if they want to obtain it, it depends on whether they have the ability. Ah! Let me go. Bing Ling and the others were preoccupied with their own thoughts. Bing Mian's roar woke them up. They looked up and saw black energy surging around Bing Mian as he roared. He continued to struggle, but no matter how hard he struggled, he was unable to move in the slightest. The difference between the peak of the 8th level and the 9th level is too great. Wu Yan's spell isn't something a peak of the 8th level like Bing Mian can break free from. Let me go. Let me go. Bing Mian screamed at the top of his lungs. He looked like a ferocious beast trapped in an invisible cage. No matter how hard he roared, he couldn't break free. Don't waste your energy. With your strength, you won't be able to break free from my spirit language spell. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and said, furthermore, your current strength doesn't even belong to you. I think you should obediently hand over the black light that turned you into this state. Black light? Bing Ling and the others were stunned. Black light. Bing Mian was also stunned. Then, he struggled even harder. You're jealous of my current strength, so you want to steal it? Let me tell you, that's impossible. Hearing this, Wu Yan wasn't angry. Instead, he was happy. Sure enough, it was that black light that turned Bing Mian into this state. If that's the case. Wu Yan's eyes turned cold as he said indifferently, then you can go to hell. Then, Wu Yan's hand exploded with electricity. Blue and white sparks flashed as he pressed down on Bing Mian's chest. Bing Ling was shocked when he saw that Bing Mian was about to die in Wu Yan's hands. Wait. Wu Yan paused and frowned. What? Do you want to keep this monster alive? Bing Ling's face twisted into an ugly smile. He shook his head bitterly as he looked at the ferocious Bing Mian. Bing Mian was a completely different person from before. Wu Yan, can you let me deal with him? Wu Yan's frown deepened when he heard Bing Ling's words. No matter what, Bing Mian was still his brother. It was reasonable for him to make such a request. With Wu Yan's personality, he couldn't be bothered with a piece of trash that he could forget with a wave of his hand. It wasn't impossible for him to let Bing Ling deal with him. But the problem is, Bing Mian's body must have the black light that caused him and Marcus to become like this and can greatly increase their strength. With that black light on Bing Mian, Wu Yan didn't want to let Bing Ling deal with him, no matter how reasonable it was. After all, that black light was an indescribable existence that could fend off the true ancestor's blood in his body. The fact that the true ancestor's blood in his body reacted to it multiple times proved that the black light was no ordinary thing. Wu Yan couldn't be at ease if he kept something like this. Just as Wu Yan was about to refuse, Bing Mian suddenly screamed in pain. Oh no. No, it was as if something had drilled into Bing Mian's body and stirred it up. He roared in incomparable pain, and in the midst of his roar, the black scales on his body actually began to recede amidst a surge of black gas. What? The sudden change shocked everyone. Before they could react, the scales on Bing Mian's body had completely disappeared, revealing his original skin. Bing Mian's original body and appearance gradually recovered under Bing Ling's pleasantly surprised gaze. But just as Bing Mian was about to fully recover, a black light shot out of Bing Mian's body with lightning speed. Caught off guard, the black light shot into Wu Yan's body. His expression changed drastically. Wu Yan couldn't keep his calm any longer. With a loud shout, all the magic in his body expanded in an attempt to force the black light out of his body. He didn't want to turn into a monster like that. But before Wu Yan could do anything, the blood of the true ancestor in his body suddenly went berserk, like a beast king whose territory had been invaded. It trembled violently. An invisible wave surged out of the blood and collided with the black light that shot into Wu Yan's body. Inside his body, the black light that was about to take over Wu Yan's body felt like it was hit by a heavy hammer. It let out an almost inaudible sound of a bug. Then, as if it had met its natural predator, it retreated back the way it came, leaving Wu Yan's body exposed to the air. It was not until the black light reappeared in his sight that Wu Yan reacted. He quickly reached out and grabbed the black light that was about to shoot into the sky. A soft sound of an insect came from Wu Yan's palm. Wu Yan could clearly feel that something in his palm was struggling. I almost fell into your trap. Wu Yan's face was gloomy. He looked at the black light in his hand and smiled bitterly. Although I don't know what you are and where you came from, but... As he spoke, Wu Yan's hand clenched hard. Bang! The black light was directly crushed by Wu Yan. Phew. Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief and laughed softly. Chapter 879. Behemoth Forest, campsite. At this time, the soldiers stationed in the campsite were all busy forming teams and carrying out their tasks for the day. They all rushed towards the Behemoth Forest. Some went to the Behemoth Forest to hunt magical beasts and provide them with resources to ensure the normal operations of the empire. Some went to patrol and check for signs of magical beast activity in the Behemoth Forest so that they could report back in time if a magical beast attacked again. Some continued to search for traces of the Beast King in an attempt to take down this potential threat. The entire Behemoth Forest campsite was operating in an orderly manner without the slightest abnormality. It was likely that those who came to see this scene would not be able to imagine that just a few days ago, this campsite was still a mess. It had to be said that after Wu Yan left the campsite, the entire campsite became much more peaceful. There were no more conflicts for no reason, no more monsters mysteriously appearing, and no more major incidents in the middle of the night that woke everyone up. It was simply too peaceful, causing the soldiers to be somewhat unaccustomed to it. It was only now that these soldiers realized how good their previous lives were. Although there were unavoidable dangers in the Behemoth Forest, at least they were safe in the campsite. But when Wu Yan was still here, the campsite was filled with incidents one after another, causing them to be unable to sleep. Compared to now and before, it was simply like hell. In addition, every incident that happened was extraordinary. Peak 8th rank powerhouses were killed, the sky was shattered, and even some of the higher-ups in the past turned into monsters. This series of events brought quite a shock to these pitiful soldiers. Now, everyone was nervous, afraid that they would be woken up by some noise in the middle of the night, and then encounter the sky shattering or monsters appearing. It was to the point that the Thunder King and Pelosi began to suspect that Wu Yan was a jinx. Of course, it did not matter what the people in the campsite thought of Wu Yan. Here, there were still people who missed him and were looking forward to his return. In the eastern region of the campsite, in a large tent at the edge, a large table was placed in the middle of the tent, and the girls were seated around it. Not a single one of them was absent. Plates were placed on the table. It was obvious that the girls were having their meals. However, looking at the plates on the table, the girls looked at each other. As they looked at each other, they swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Their faces were filled with strange expressions. None of them had made up their minds to touch the food on the plate. This was because the things placed on the plate were all shapes and sizes that gradually increased from top to bottom. In the middle, they were twisted like stairs, and there was even a small curved point at the top. It looks like excrement from a human body. The girls stared blankly at the plates filled with the same food. Forget about Chuju and Mikoto. Even the gluttonous Astria and Toka couldn't touch a single plate. The atmosphere was eerily silent. The bow-tied hair ornament on the back of 10 Fragrance's head moved slightly like an ear. Every time this happened, it meant that 10 Fragrance was in a very good mood. Or perhaps, her heart was wavering. Toka pointed at the food in front of her and asked in a daze. Her question broke the eerie silence. "Do you want to eat?" Chuju's eyebrows twitched as she looked at the oddly shaped food. She thought she saw a ball of green gas floating out of it. This. Mikoto couldn't keep her cool. She said with difficulty. "What is this?" Shokuhu Misaki had a bright smile on her face, but that smile looked forced. "Misaka-san, don't you know what cookies are?" Cookie. Mikoto's mouth twitched. Her finger trembled as she pointed at the object on the plate. "Are you sure it's a cookie?" "Ha." Shokuhu Misaki laughed dryly. "Perhaps the shape is a little weird, but they are definitely cookies. If you don't believe me, you can try." All the girls shuddered when they heard the word try. Kotori couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean by try? Why is there something like this for lunch today?" "Not this thing, it's the cookies." Shokuhu Misaki grumbled. Kotori ignored her and continued with her questions. "Then why are we having cookies today?" In the end, Frenda raised her hand weakly. "Because that guy isn't here, so no one is cooking." "No one is cooking?" Hinajuku tilted her head in confusion. "Why is there no one cooking? Even if Yen isn't here, Ikaros is right?" Kinuhata Sai pouted and pointed at Ikaros. "Super, take a look for yourselves." Hearing this, the girls all turned to look at Ikaros. With one look, Ikaros's absent-minded appearance was imprinted in everyone's eyes, causing them to be surprised. "Era, what's going on?" Kurumi was puzzled as she tapped her lips. "Why is Ikaros like this?" This time, Astria was the one who answered. "Ever since Master left a few days ago, Ikaro-senpai has been acting like this. Is it because of Yen?" Hinajaku sighed. "You're right, Yen has never left without saying a word before. It's no wonder Ikaros is worried, so?" Mikoto crossed her arms and glanced at the plate in front of her. "How did these cookies come about?" Kinohata Sayai and Frenda both turned their heads and looked at Takitsubo Riku. Their expressions clearly said, "You explain it," causing Takitsubo Riku to shrink her neck and speak. "Well, Ikaros didn't seem to be in a good mood, so I didn't ask her to cook today." "I see." Kotori nodded and went straight to the point. "Then, who cooked today's meal?" Silence once again returned to the scene. The girls shifted their gaze to Kinohata Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku. Their gazes were filled with pressure, causing the three girls who had been fighting in the dark department for a long time to feel fear. Seeing this, a few hints of threat appeared in the eyes of the group of young girls. From the start, Kinohata Sayai and the other two were the ones explaining the situation. It seems like they know the inside story. Under the pressure of the girls, Kinohata Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku could only pout. They slowly shifted their gaze to Shokuhu Misaki, who had an unnatural expression on her face. The girls went silent. After a while, Mikoto's eyebrows twitched and she said what was on everyone's mind. "You didn't make this thing, did you? Is there a problem?" Shokuhu Misaki pretended to be calm and ran her fingers through her hair. Her voice was trembling. "I only forced myself to cook for Ikaros because she's worked so hard in the past." "Food?" Mikoto helplessly pointed at the lumps of unknown objects on the table. "You call this food? What? What can I do?" Shokuhu Misaki said angrily. "I only know how to make cookies." Then why don't you let the others cook for you?" Kotori glanced at the cookies, and she quickly averted her gaze as if she saw something terrifying. "Chiju, Kurumi, Takitsubo, they all know how to cook, right? If I let them cook for me, sometimes I want to cook for you too." Shokuhu Misaki humphed coldly and pointed out like a kind soul. "Don't make it sound like I only know how to eat." The corners of the girls' mouths twitched in unison as they cast a glance at the cookies on the table. Immediately, they fell silent as they cried out in grief and indignation in their hearts. At this point, they would rather Shokuhu Misaki only know how to eat. Chapter 880. In this silent atmosphere, Shokuhu Misaki seemed to have seen through the girl's thoughts. She couldn't help but feel awkward for a moment, but she quickly returned to normal. "Even though there are only cookies, with this amount of cookies, I'm sure I can eat my fill." Shokuhu Misaki smiled awkwardly as if she was showing off. "It's not like I've never treated snacks as food before. That's something only you would do." Mikoto is speechless. Even Mikoto, who has always been at loggerheads with Shokuhu Misaki, couldn't help but laugh. Who would have thought that the seemingly perfect Shokuhu Misaki would have a weakness other than her stamina? Compared to being able to eat my fill. Chiju picked up a piece of cookie hesitantly. She asked out of curiosity. "I'm more curious, how did you make it into this shape?" "Yes. Of course, the cookies made by this queen can't be the same as normal cookies. It has to be different." Shokuhu Misaki said matter-of-factly. "I spent the entire morning researching this. I combined all the content of Tokuwadai's home economics class with Kinohata's, Frenda's, and Takitsubo's memories to create this super high-quality cookie. It's combined." Kinohata Sayai's mouth twitched. "Hours." Frenda couldn't keep her cool. "Memories." Takitsubo Riku said weakly. The three girls' shoulders slumped as if they received a heavy blow. They sneaked a peek at the creative cookie. The three girls gave off an aura of dejection. They almost knelt on the floor and started crying. No matter who it was, if someone peeked at their memories of making cookies and managed to create something like this, they would probably be devastated. Hinajiku, Mikoto, and Kotori looked at Kinuhata Sai and the other girls with pity and sympathy. Astria and Toka opened their mouths as if they wanted to console the three girls, but nothing came out of their mouths. They froze on the spot. Hey! What kind of attitude is this? Shokuhu Misaki stomped her feet angrily. This isn't just a cookie. This is already a work of art. The girls' heads tilted and they almost fell to the ground. Then let me ask you. Mikoto sighed and looked at Shokuhu Misaki with disdain. What should I do to make such a work of art? How would I know? Shokuhu Misaki pouted unhappily. I just wanted to make some creative cookies. After the results were out. That's why they became like this. The girls exchanged glances. They were all speechless. What kind of attitude is this? Shokuhu Misaki screamed in frustration. This empress personally cooked for you. Not only are you not grateful, you're actually looking down on me. They're just strange in appearance. The taste is top-notch. Shokuhu Misaki grabbed a piece of cookie and stuffed it into her mouth. In the next second, Shokuhu Misaki's chewing stopped abruptly, and her eyes widened in shock. Seeing this, the girls nervously swallowed their saliva. How is it? Shokuhu Misaki didn't answer the girls' question. She just stared at them with her eyes wide open. She didn't move at all, as if she was a wooden puppet. The girls were confused. Flander-chan, who was sitting on a chair, flapped her broken wings and flew to Shokuhu Misaki's side. She tilted her head curiously and poked Shokuhu Misaki's cheek with her finger. Then, bam! Shokuhu Misaki's body fell to the ground and her eyes rolled back into her head. She couldn't get up anymore. This time, all the girls widened their eyes and looked at the cookies in their hands. They screamed and threw the cookies away. Shokuhu, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku cried out and ran to Shokuhu Misaki's side. They fed her water and gave her first aid. This isn't just a cookie. Kotori took a step back with lingering fear. This is simply poison. The girls nodded without any hesitation, no longer daring to look at the cookies on the table. You. Astria clutched her stomach and whimpered. I'm hungry, Toka pouted pitifully. Me too. The girls felt a headache coming on when they saw how unhappy the two gluttons were. They knew that if they don't feed these two gluttons well, they're going to cause a ruckus. What are you girls doing? At this moment, a familiar voice rang out from the entrance of the tent. It entered the ears of everyone present, causing the young ladies to be stunned before they were overjoyed. Ikarosa's eyes suddenly lit up. Her originally slack pupils constricted, filled with deep longing. Her worries were all put down. Master. Ikaros. Wu Yen, who appeared out of nowhere, smiled at Ikaros. I'm back. Wu Yen saw Shokuhu Misaki, who was being treated by Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku. His expression changed. What's wrong with Kasaki-chan? Master. Shido. Oniai-chan. Before Wu Yen could check out the situation, Astria, Toka, Flander-chan, and Yoshino pounced on him and they hung themselves on him one after another. Master. You're finally back. Astria and Toka cried their hearts out. We missed you so much. Ugh. I missed you girls too. Wu Yen patted the two girls on the back. But why do I feel like something's not right? You're finally back. Hinajiku, Mikoto, and Kotori released a sigh of relief. They greeted Wu Yen in a cheerful manner. Welcome back. Wu Yen raised an eyebrow. He had a strange feeling in his heart. I'm glad you girls are welcoming me back, but when did you girls become so gentle? Ma, don't mind it. Chuju patted Wu Yan's shoulder. You just need to know that we've never wished for you to come back so much. Now that you mention it, I'm even more concerned. Wu Yan smiled awkwardly. He pointed at Shokuhu Misaki, who was lying on the ground. What's wrong with Kasaki-chan? The girls glanced at Shokuhu Misaki and replied calmly. She's fine, she just ate something wrong. Something wrong? Wu Yan found it harder and harder to understand the girl's thoughts. Did I miss something? Well, don't mind her, she's reaping what she sowed. Mikoto waved her hand casually, her face was a little anxious. Oh right, Yen, you haven't eaten yet, right? Not yet, that's great. Mikoto clapped her hands. Then hurry up and prepare dinner. Wu Yan was speechless. I thought you girls wanted to cook dinner for me, but it turns out you want me to cook dinner. What's wrong with that? Kotori smirked at Wu Yan. Everyone knows how important you are to us. Yeah. The girls nodded. Yen. We can't live without you anymore. Why don't I feel happy at all? Wu Yan pursed his lips and rubbed his forehead. He looked at Kurumi, who was closest to him. I say, what's wrong with them? Era. Kurumi tilted her head, her slender fingers tapped on her cheeks as if she was thinking. She smiled and her eyes turned into crescents. They just realized the importance of food, huh? Wu Yan scratched his head in confusion. Chapter 881. You, delicious. I'm so happy. Wait. That's mine. Wah. Don't fight over it. Flan's cake. The table full of dishes was gradually decreasing at an incredible speed. At this moment, all the girls seemed to have turned into gluttons, displaying an unprecedented level of eating. Even Kwang-san, who usually paid attention to etiquette and ate in small mouthfuls, was eating at a speed 5 times faster than before, even though her eating movements were still graceful. Wu Yan and Ikaros, who are still holding 2 plates of food in their hands, are completely dumbfounded. Looking at the scene that has turned into a battlefield and the girls who didn't care about their image and fought over a dish, the two of them couldn't react in time. Wu Yan is depressed. He doesn't understand why the girls are behaving so strangely after his return. That's right, strange. With a sigh, Wu Yan placed the 2 plates on the table. In the next second, countless hands reached for the plates and with a series of clanking sounds, the dishes were all taken. Wu Yan was speechless. Have you not eaten for a long time? Ugh. Kotori swallowed a mouthful of food and waved her chopsticks at Wu Yan. You don't understand. That feeling of having to risk your life 1 second and then being in a paradise the next. Wu Yan looked at Kotori with an exasperated expression. Can you please say something I can understand? Too bad, Kotori threw Wu Yan to the back of her mind as she immersed herself in eating. Wu Yan sighed again. He looked like he had aged a lot. He turned around and he looked at Shokuhu Misaki, who was still eating. She looked weak, but she didn't stop eating. His face fell again. I say, Misaki-chan. Are you really okay? Wu Yan rubbed his forehead as if he had a headache. I don't know what happened, but if you're not feeling well, it's best if you don't eat. At the end of his sentence, Wu Yan's voice became weaker and weaker. Weaker and weaker. In the end, he was left speechless. His face was filled with astonishment. Wu Yan looked at Shokuhu Misaki in shock as tears streamed down her face. His voice trembled as he cried out sorrowfully. Don't mind me. Let me eat. Wu Yan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and he cautiously said. Well, at least slow down your eating, don't mind me. Let me eat. You. Don't you get fat easily? Don't mind me. Let me eat. Don't mind me. Let me eat. Wu Yan was speechless. He glanced at the girls who were slowly bulging their bellies and didn't say anything else. He grabbed the spatula and brought Ikaros out of the tent to continue cooking. The group of girls laid on the table and rubbed their bellies. They sighed in pain and comfort. They felt like they were about to die. Their faces were filled with the words "I have no regrets in this life." Looking at the ground littered with corpses, Wu Yan slumped his shoulders. He's not sure if it's because he's exhausted from cooking for an hour or if it's because he's mentally exhausted due to some unknown situation. Or maybe it's a combination of both. He's physically and mentally exhausted. Are you all full? My missy, Wu Yan said in an annoyed tone. We're full, the long and orderly response echoed along with the moans. Wu Yan was in a bad mood. He threw the clean utensils to the side, walked to the side of the girls, and sat down. Since you're full, let's talk business. Although I'm curious as to why all of you would have such a change, aside from Astria, Toka, Flandre-chan, and Yoshino, the other girls forced themselves to look at Wu Yan while howling in pain. Seeing this, Wu Yan's mouth twitched a few times. In the end, he sighed for the umpteenth time since he came back. He patted his cheeks and became serious. I plan to go to a dungeon world. As soon as he spoke, the young ladies were all startled, astonished. You want to go to a dungeon world? Hinajiku tilted her body and looked at Wu Yan. Why is it so sudden? Yeah. Mikoto hurriedly asked, I've never heard you mention it before. Could it be another compulsory mission? I didn't mention it because I didn't plan to. Wu Yan scratched his cheeks and shrugged. When I ascended to Tier 9, my bloodline awakened a new ability. However, I need to enter a dungeon world before I can use it. So, this is a last-minute decision. Wu Yan glanced at the girls and said, So, this time, any of you want to come with me? Let's go to a dungeon world together. The girls were tempted. Even though they had a good time in the Spalier world, this isn't their world. If Wu Yan wasn't around, they wouldn't want to stay in this world at all. Following Wu Yan is undoubtedly the wish of the girls. Mikoto smiled bitterly and shook her head apologetically. I'm sorry, Yan. My sisters are still here and I'm worried about them. I won't be able to go with you this time. Mikoto's words reminded the girls that there are still 20,000 sisters in the camp. I see. Wu Yan furrowed his brows for a moment before relaxing them. Indeed, I'm worried about the sisters too. Wu Yan turned to Chuju and said, What about you, Chuju? Me? Chuju pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I'll stay with Mikoto, we'll stay too. Kinohada Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku also chose to stay without hesitation. After spending some time with the sisters, they've developed some feelings for them. Are Chuju, Nei-san and Mikoto, Nei-san going to stay as well? Astria blinked. She hesitated for a moment before saying, Then I'll stay with Chuju, Nei-san and Mikoto, Nei-san. Sure, Shido. Toka looked at Wu Yan and then at Astria in a flustered manner. The bow on her hair fluttered a few times. In the end, she humphed and waved her hand reluctantly. Ugh, I want to stay with Astria too, Wu Yan nodded helplessly. He turned to Flandre-chan and Yono. The two little girls didn't notice Wu Yan's gaze. They were still fooling around with each other. It's obvious they didn't hear Wu Yan's words. Wu Yan shook his head and looked at Shokuhu Misaki. Shokuhu Misaki noticed Wu Yan's gaze and she combed her hair. I'll stay, I'll take care of the sisters while you guys are in the dungeon. Otherwise, I won't be able to travel with you in the future. Oh, by the way, Ikaros should stay too. Shokuhu Misaki tapped her cheeks. Ikaros's computing ability will be of great help to us. Wu Yan pursed his lips. He looked at Kotori and Kurumi who haven't said anything yet. Even though I'd like to go without Susama. Kurumi shook her head and glanced at Shokuhu Misaki. But I'd like to see how Shokuhu-san is going to solve the sisters' problem. Shokuhu Misaki raised an eyebrow and smiled provocatively at Kurumi. Don't worry, Tokazaki-san, I won't disappoint you. Wu Yan's eyes were teary. Didn't you just say you won't leave me? Now you're rejecting me? Is this what they call burning the bridge after crossing it? Wu Yan looked at Kotori with a sad expression. Don't look at me like that. Kotori blushed and looked away awkwardly. I'll go with you, okay? Wu Yan smiled like the sun after the rain. While Wu Yan was heading to the dungeon, on top of a cliff in the behemoth forest, there was a platform engraved with a mysterious magic formation. Black smoke was flowing out of the platform and it was accompanied by an ominous aura. Chapter 882. This place was an ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see. The blue color that was deeper than the sky rippled as the waves surged. The sparkling reflection of the arc light seemed to contain a high temperature that could burn a human body. As it swam, it emitted heat that was visible to the naked eye. The sunlight poured down and shone on this boundless ocean, as if it wanted to evaporate it. The heat had already caused the air to distort, causing the surrounding temperature to rise to a frightening level. Occasionally, ships of various sizes would enter and exit this scorching hot sea, wandering back and forth. Under the assault of the hot wind and the response of the steam whistle, they would unswervingly move in a certain direction. There were also some large fishing boats that swam aimlessly here, casting down heavy fishing nets to catch fish. However, in this kind of weather, even if they saw fishing boats, there would be many people who would doubt whether there was any harvest or not. Did the fish die from the heat? In the middle of this boundless ocean, there was an island. No. To be more precise, it's called an island. It's more like a city floating on the surface of the sea. Itagami Island. That's the name of this island, or more accurately, the city. Of course, if someone thinks this is an ordinary island, they would be sorely mistaken. On the surface, this island looks like a city, but in reality, it's a man-made island. It's made of resin, metal, organic matter, and other materials. With the help of magic, it's a man-made island floating in the Pacific Ocean. It's called an island. However, on this island, there are more than 560,000 people living here. It's a very special place. Because other than being called Itagami Island, it has another name. Demon Special District. It's a man-made area created to protect the endangered demon race and research their body structure and abilities. It's a city where humans and monsters can coexist. On this island, most of the residents are researchers and their family members. There are also people with special abilities who have been recognized by the city. Of course, on this island, the most important thing isn't humans, it's the demon race that is used as research subjects. Beastmen, fairies, half-demons, artificial life forms, vampires, these races that only exist in fantasy can be found here. And they were collectively known as the devil race. However, these species that only existed in legends were not in a good situation here. Now, the destruction of the natural world and the battle between humans had caused the number of demons to decrease greatly. It was to the point where they were on the brink of extinction. That's why humans allowed the demons to stay on this island and protect them. In return, the demons' body structure and special abilities must be analyzed and studied by humans. Itagami Island. It was an artificial city built for this very purpose. Because of this, the demons were granted the right to move around Itagami City openly. They were allowed to study, work, and live like humans. It wasn't strange for them to live together with humans. Because of this, the citizens of Itagami City recognized their right to live like humans. The demons who lived normally were known as the registered demons. Even though Itagami City was a city where both humans and monsters coexisted, not every street was filled with beastly beastmen or vampires bearing their fangs. Almost all demons had the ability to morph into human form. Usually, their appearance was exactly the same as that of a human. It was also very easy to identify demons. All the demons would be equipped with a wristband with a restriction ability or alarm function, which was similar to the universal ID card of demons. They could distinguish humans from demons through this wristband. However, only those demons who had been recognized and wore this wristband could explain themselves. Those demons who didn't have any ID card didn't have such a wristband. Fortunately, Itagami Island is a special city for the demon race. Normally, it doesn't accept visitors from companies, research institutions, or family members. The main business of the island isn't sightseeing either. Therefore, the security check to enter the island is quite strict. Normal tourists can't enter. Also, due to the warm current, the temperature here fluctuates slowly. Even during winter, the average temperature can reach above 20 degrees Celsius. Plus, Itagami City is located in the tropics, so it's like summer all year round. On this hot and humid island, the body temperature was higher than what was shown on the thermometer. In a sense, the wind that was heated by the sea in midsummer was even stronger than the hot wind in the desert. Such an environment was extremely cruel for ordinary humans. Therefore, not many people would want to come here for sightseeing. After all, from another point of view, this place could be considered as the entrance to a huge laboratory. Therefore, demons that haven't landed on Itagami Island would never appear on the island. Unless they don't use their powers for the rest of their lives, they would be arrested the moment they are detected for their demonic energy. Of course, there were exceptions for those with special backgrounds. For example, the existence known as the strongest vampire in this world, the fourth true ancestor, was such a case. Speaking of which, it must be mentioned that in this world, vampires were the most powerful existence among all the demons. They were known as the most powerful immortal branch of the demon race. Their resilience and physical abilities were far superior to that of ordinary humans. They could eat ordinary food like humans, and could also replenish their magic power by sucking blood. Naturally, they also had the general urge to suck blood like vampires. However, the blood-sucking impulses of the vampires here were not triggered for no reason, but because of sexual impulses. As for the reason why vampires are known as the strongest demons, it is because they have a trump card. Vassal beasts. Only vampires can truly control vassals. They pay the price of their life force to summon vassals from another world. Even the weakest of them was more powerful than any new fighter jets or tanks. Some of the more powerful familiars could even easily destroy the terrain. The most powerful familiars possessed the terrifying power of natural disasters. It would be more than enough to destroy an empire. Vassal beasts were the greatest proof of vampires' power among the demons. Compared to vassal beasts, vampires are considered to be the weakest among the demons. After all, even though vampires are known as immortal, they aren't completely immortal. The reason they're known as immortal is because their lifespans are so long that no one has ever seen them die of old age. If a human child were to use the weakest vassal beast, it wouldn't take long for the child to die from exhaustion. Vampires, on the other hand, were able to freely use vassal beasts. Under such circumstances, no one would be able to witness the end of a vampire's lifespan. One can only imagine how long a vampire's lifespan is. Furthermore, vampires have a brain that can control magic and a heart that controls blood circulation. These are the vampire's fatal weaknesses. If these two parts are seriously damaged, no matter how strong a vampire is, they will die. The only ones who can truly achieve immortality are the gods who have never existed and the pinnacle of vampires, the primogenitor. The first primogenitor, the forgotten warlord. The second primogenitor, the eye of extinction. The third primogenitor, the chaos empress. And the fourth primogenitor who only existed in legends but was recently confirmed to be living in Itagami City. These were the four strongest true patriarchs in the world at the moment. At least, that's how it looks on the surface. But now, in Itagami City, which is about to experience chaos due to the presence of the fourth primogenitor, another primogenitor from another world has arrived with his partner. Unknown to the world's major powers, the fourth primogenitor has arrived. Chapter 883. The scorching heat from the sun baked the earth mercilessly. The atmosphere seemed to distort as it flowed freely under the cloudless sky. It entered the bodies of the pedestrians as they breathed. Judging from the sweat and heavy breathing of the pedestrians, one can see how painful it is to breathe in the hot air. There are many skyscrapers in the surroundings. The buildings that reflect the sun's rays are like towering trees. They are lined up on both sides of the street in an orderly manner. There are as many pedestrians as there are hairs on a cow, but there aren't many vehicles. The pedestrians who passed by were all sweating profusely. They couldn't wait to get away from this sea of suffering and find a cool place to save their muddled heads. However, amidst the bustling flow of people, there were two people who stood out from the crowd. Not only were they not in a hurry to leave the street that had no shelter and received all the sunlight, they stood in the middle without moving at all. And this scene had been going on since 30 minutes ago. If it wasn't for the fact that Itagami City is a special district of the demon race, these two people would be the center of attention. The two people standing in the middle of the street are a man and a woman. The man is wearing a black shirt, black pants, and a black hooded jacket. His hair is black and his eyes are red. Other than his eyes and skin, everything else is black. In this kind of weather, it's no different from asking for trouble. After all, black is the color that absorbs the most heat. Not to mention, he's wearing a jacket. The woman, on the other hand, is much more eye-catching. Her petite figure is wearing a pink shirt and a black pleated skirt that only covers her knees. Compared to the man, she's much cooler, revealing her fair thighs. Of course, there aren't many parts that can be seen. This was because the girl was wearing a pair of high boots that were less than 10 centimeters away from her knees. In addition, she's wearing a pure white, transparent dress that looks like a pair of wings draped over her shoulders and pulled down to her waist. Her long red hair is tied into 2 ponytails. Black ribbons are tied around her hair. She looked very cute and sweet, like a little princess who was in love for the first time, causing the people around her to fall in love. Many passers-by who were hurrying past couldn't help but glance at her. It was a pity that this adorable appearance was completely destroyed by the girl's next action. I say. The girl's face was filled with displeasure. She yelled at the man with a voice that's not much lower than a roar. Are you done or not? We've been standing here for 30 minutes. Hearing the young girl's cries, the man seemed to be unable to take it. He closed one of his eyes and tilted his head so that his ear was further away from the young girl's mouth. Then, he smiled embarrassedly and waved his hand. Well, let's wait a little longer. Grabbing the map that he had been holding in his hand since 30 minutes ago, his wine-red pupils shifted to the map again. I'll be done soon, probably. Huh? The young girl let out a cute cry of disbelief, then covered her forehead with her hand. Coming to this dungeon world with you is the worst decision I've ever made in my life. Yes, the man and woman standing here are Wu Yan and Kotori from the Spalier world. It's been about an hour since I arrived in this world or Itagami Island. Itagami Island is a special district of the demon race. It's a man-made island for researchers and their family members to live in. Strictly speaking, it's a large research facility. Research on the various types of demons is the main focus here. Life is just a side benefit. Under such circumstances, Itagami City's security is very strict. Basically, to enter Itagami City, not only do you have to go through a lot of paperwork, you also need to have a good reason or background. Otherwise, such a special place wouldn't allow outsiders to enter. Fortunately, Wu Yan and Kotori arrived at Itagami Island directly. If they wanted to enter, they would have to go through a lot of trouble. They might even get into conflict with the guards. That wouldn't be good for Wu Yan and Kotori. After all, if they can't enter Itagami Island, Wu Yan won't be able to complete his dungeon mission. Dungeon World, Bloodlust Rampage Dungeon Mission, Redemption Mission 1, Become an Attack Mage in Demon Race Special District, Itagami Island Mission Reward, 5,000 Equipment Points, Item Points, Ability Points, Summoning Points Mission 2, Yet to be Activated Mission 3, Yet to be Activated, Beep. User, you will only be able to leave this instance dungeon after completing all the quests in this instance dungeon. When Quest 1 is completed, Quest 2 will be activated. When Quest 2 is completed, Quest 3 will be activated. When Quest 3 is completed, user will be able to leave this instance dungeon. Reminder, the time ratio between the real world and the real world is 100:1. Users can train in this dungeon without any worries. I wish you a pleasant journey. An attack mage is a term used by humans who have the ability to fight demons head-on. For example, magicians who have mastered powerful magic, psychic abilities and are known as overachievers, or humans who have extraordinary strength and are comparable to demons. These types of people can become attack mages. Strictly speaking, Wu Yan can't become an attack mage. That was because he was the true ancestor of vampires, not a human being. Even if he wanted to be called a general term, he should be called a demon. It was impossible for him to be called an attack mage by a human being who had the power to fight against demons. However, Wu Yan may be a vampire's primogenitor, but unlike other vampires, he can control familiars. He can use magic, psychic abilities, and even alchemy, soul language, yin-yang, and other skills that belong to humans. Generally, people who had this type of skill could become an attack mage. Because of this, Wu Yan's position is a bit ambiguous. When he first came to this world, he got to know a bit about this world from the system. He's a bit confused, he's not sure if he can become an attack mage as the true ancestor of vampires. But, since the quest required him to do so, he's going to have to do it. Becoming an attack mage was easier said than done, but harder said than done. The difficult part was that you had to have skills that could rival the demon race, such as magic, superpowers, etc. Only then could you become an attack magician. The easy part was that as long as one had the ability to fight against the demon race, then one would have the qualifications to become an attack mage. If the first mission only required him to become an attack mage, it wouldn't be that hard to complete the first mission. The problem is that the first mission requires him to become an attack mage of Itagami City. To become an attack magician of Itagami Island, Wu Yan has to be recognized as a member of Itagami Island by the higher-ups. He also has to accept missions from the higher-ups whenever an attack magician is needed in Itagami Island. It was the same as joining a faction like Itagami Island. This troubled Wu Yan. After all, he's a vampire, a demon, and an unregistered one at that. If he swaggered to the higher-ups of Itagami City and asked them to accept him as an attack mage, it would be strange if they didn't arrest him for causing trouble. But the first mission is right there. With no other choice, Wu Yan could only take one step at a time. After getting a basic understanding of Itagami City, he brought Kotori with him and bought a map to explore the city. Because of this, they didn't know the place and didn't have a clear destination. The two could only stand there and stare blankly at the map for half an hour. How should I put it? Silly, naive. Chapter 884. Under the scorching sun, even Wu Yan couldn't help but sweat beads on his forehead and trickle down his cheeks. Even his throat started to dry up and his wine-red eyes started to ache. The current temperature is at least 40 degrees Celsius, it's not a normal heat. If a normal person was exposed to the sun for more than half an hour, they would have already gotten heatstroke. Wu Yan didn't get heatstroke, but he still felt unbearably hot. After looking at the map under the sun for so long, it's normal for his eyes to feel sore. Compared to Wu Yan, Kotori didn't sweat at all. As a flame manipulator, this temperature is nothing to Kotori. However, she still noticed Wu Yan's sweaty appearance. She blinked her eyes and her heart ached for him. Kotori took out a handkerchief from her pocket. She hesitated for a bit, but she couldn't muster the courage to wipe his sweat. She shoved the handkerchief into his hand and turned her head away in a huff. Hurry up and wipe it off. Look at your head full of sweat. Don't make it stinky. Wu Yan was stunned. He chuckled when he realized what was going on. Well, I'll gratefully accept the kindness of my cute little sister. Although I'm quite dissatisfied with the fact that there's no need to wipe my sweat. Who would wipe your sweat? Kotori blushed and pretended to be angry. Who do you think put us in this situation? You want me to wipe your sweat? Don't even think about it. I can't help it. Wu Yan wiped the sweat off his forehead and he complained. We don't know anyone here and we don't have a destination in mind. It's inevitable for us to wander around here. Kotori furrowed her beautiful brows. Don't you know the situation of every dungeon? Don't you know what to do first? Haha. Haha. Wu Yan laughed dryly. Although I am very familiar with some instance dungeon worlds, it is impossible for me to be so familiar with every instance dungeon world. Unfortunately for me, this is the case. Unfortunately, this dungeon is the type that I'm not familiar with. That's right. Wu Yan wasn't as familiar with the bloodthirsty rampage world as he was with the whirlwind butler, Forbidden Tome Catalog, Date Battle, and Sword God's Domain. When he first transmigrated to the Spalier world, the bloodthirsty Rampage world was just released. Although he was an otaku, he wouldn't let go of any good anime. However, he wasn't as familiar with it as he was with the old world. That's why Wu Yan only had a rough understanding of the bloodthirsty Rampage world. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked the system for some basic information. As for the plot, he didn't completely forget it, but the parts he remembered were intermittent. There's not much left. This is the main reason Wu Yan became a headless chicken. Anyway. Kotori unwrapped a pearl and put it in her mouth. It's not a good idea to stay here. Let's find a place to stay. That's what I thought from the start. Wu Yan glanced at Kotori and waved the map in his hand. So you've been looking for a place to stay? What? Is it that hard to find a place to stay? It's not hard to find a place to stay, but it's not easy to find a place where we can stay without having to show identification. Of course, it's not that hard to find a place like a couple's hotel. Love. Couple's hotel, don't shout so loudly in a place like this. Do you want me to be looked down upon as a pervert? You're a pervert. You're a big pervert. Couple's hotel. You can even think of that. I'm just mentioning it. I'm not really going to stay there. Humph. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Let me tell you, if you find a place like a couple's hotel, you're dead meat. I told you. Don't be so loud. Just like that, the two siblings made a big fuss in the middle of the street, attracting the attention of many onlookers. Fortunately, because of the weather, not many people wanted to stay and watch the show. They all just took a glance and left with a belly full of curiosity. Of course, there were some who weren't afraid of the heat. Those who were bored didn't mind being a fly. For example. Yo, the two of you are fighting? A teasing whistle came from beside Wu Yan and Kotori. Then. 3 guys in their 20s with dyed hair and adorned with eye-catching accessories came out from a nearby alley. They approached Wu Yan and Kotori with flirtatious looks on their faces. Wu Yan and Kotori froze but soon relaxed. They watched as the 3 gangsters surrounded them. Hey, what a cute little girl. A yellow-haired delinquent giggled and glanced at Kotori. His smile widened when he saw how cute she was. What's wrong? Did you fight with your boyfriend? Do you want us to comfort you? Yeah. Another brown-haired delinquent also came up and said with a smirk, unlike your useless boyfriend, we are very gentle, what do you think? The green-haired gangster pointed at his nose impatiently. Come play with us. Kotori looked coldly at the 3 delinquents who were getting closer and closer. She chewed the pearl in her mouth and curled her lips as if she was not tired of it. Can you guys get out of my sight? Hey, don't be so cold, we're easy to get along with. The 3 delinquents giggled as they tried to squeeze in front of Kotori. They even tried to push Wu Yan out of the way. However, Wu Yan crossed his arms in front of his chest. He didn't say anything, he didn't move either. He just let them squeeze in. Thus, the 3 delinquents tried to squeeze their way in, but the scene they imagined didn't happen. Instead, they felt like they were being squeezed into a wall. They're taller than Wu Yan, but they couldn't push him aside. Oh, you're quite strong. The blonde gangster looked at Wu Yan in surprise and sneered. Hey, kid, can you move aside? Didn't your mom teach you that it's wrong to block other people's way? Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and he smiled in amusement. Oh. Did your mom teach you to hit on other people's girlfriends? Hey. Kid. You seem to be very arrogant. The brown-haired delinquent laughed sinisterly and clenched his fist. Suddenly, the sound of his knuckles cracking could be heard. I'm just borrowing your girlfriend for fun, you don't mind, right? Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and sneered. You mean, if I want to borrow your girlfriend, you won't mind? Don't talk so much to this brat. This brat looks very arrogant. The green-haired gangster pushed his companions aside and walked in front of Wu Yan. He slowly raised his hand. Kid, do you know what this is? Wu Yan subconsciously followed the delinquent's words and looked at his hand. His eyes narrowed. He saw that the delinquent was wearing a metal bracelet on his wrist. No. It's not just the gangster, the other two gangsters also have the same bracelet on their wrists. This kind of bracelet looks very common, you can buy it even on the streets. However, Wu Yan didn't think that the guy was trying to show him a cheap product. Wu Yan didn't recognize the bracelet, but he knew that there was a special bracelet on Itagami Island. Demon entry permit. Only the demons on Itagami Island were allowed to wear the demon entry certificate to show their identity. In other words, these three gangsters aren't humans. They are demons. Chapter 885. The three delinquents in front of him are all demons. Looking at the three special bracelets that represent their identities, he frowned and sighed. In this world, even demons can be delinquents? Should I say as expected of the demon special district? Or should I say it's a far cry from my impression? However, this also proves that the demons have fully integrated into the lives of ordinary people in Itagami Island. It's time for me to change my perspective on the demons. Many thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant, causing him to look like he's frozen in place. In the eyes of the three delinquents, his demeanor is no different from being frightened. Instantly, the three delinquents giggled in delight and delight. How about it? Do you understand? The blonde delinquent had an annoying smile. He put his arm around Wu Yan's shoulder and waved the demon land permit in his hand. This is the demon race's landing certificate. We are all demons. Do you understand what this means? This means. Without waiting for Wu Yan's reply, the other brown-haired delinquent puffed out his chest and shouted. In our eyes, you are a mere human. You're just an ordinary human being. You're just a piece of cake. Do you understand? The green-haired delinquent seemed impatient. He waved his hand at Wu Yan like he was swatting a fly. If you understand, then get out of my way. Wu Yan looked at the three demons. He didn't interrupt them, but his gaze became colder and colder. He was no longer as interested as before. You. Wu Yan looked up, his wine-red eyes were emotionless. Are you done? The three delinquent demons were stunned by Wu Yan's sudden change in tone. Their eyes were filled with confusion. In the past, they had done things like today many times, relying on their status as demons to back them up. Bullying the weak. They do it almost every day. But when they do, they will. Then, the demonic entry permit in their hands would sound the alarm when they used their demonic energy, alerting the guards of Itagami Island. When that time comes, they won't be able to get away with it. But as demons, they don't need to use demonic energy to bully ordinary people. It was also because of this that every time they flashed their devil landing certificate and revealed their identities as devils, the ordinary people they bullied would obediently listen to them. No matter how unwilling they were, they didn't dare to act on the spot and let them do as they pleased. Over time, these three devils became more and more unscrupulous. But this time, it's different from the past. Not only was the man before them not fearful of their devilish identities, his attitude had also changed after they had revealed their identities. It was as if before he revealed his identity, the other party was like a lion watching an antelope waving its sharp horns in front of him. Rather than saying that he was playing with them, it was better to say that he was watching their performance with a playful mood. After revealing their identities, the lion suddenly realized that the antelope's horn turned into a spear that can pierce its skin. It went from ignoring them to looking at them directly. But that doesn't mean it's a good thing. After all, when a lion sees an ant crawling in front of it, it won't waste its strength to squash the ant. But when an antelope walks in front of it, even if the antelope can't hurt it, it will pounce and bite the antelope to death. Now, the three demons who evolved from ants to antelopes have a sense of crisis, like they're being stared at by a lion. But how is that possible? The other party doesn't have a demon land permit, he's not a demon. Is he an attack mage? Thinking of this, the three demon hoodlums couldn't help but tighten their bodies, but their words were still as arrogant as before. Hey, human, do you want to fight the three of us alone? In other words, they have the advantage in numbers and don't mind ganging up on them. Of course, the three youths didn't notice that the brat they were referring to had changed from human to brat. Wu Yan sensed the change in the three demons and sighed. He turned to Coterie. Coterie, how do you think we should deal with them? Ha! Coterie twirled the jewel in her hand, seemingly amused by Wu Yan's question. She waved her hand nonchalantly. It doesn't matter, just deal with them quickly. I don't want to stand here like an idiot. Ugh. Wu Yan glanced at Coterie, who didn't seem to care. He smacked his lips. All right. As soon as he said that. Thud. Before the three delinquent demons could react, a soft stomp abruptly sounded and reverberated in the scorching air. Wu Yan turned into a wisp of light, and in a flash, he gradually enlarged in their eyes. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of them. Wah! The three delinquent youths' expressions changed drastically. Wu Yan's lips curled into a thought-provoking smile. Boom! He swung his leg like a whip and smashed it on the body of the green-haired delinquent demon. After a muffled sound, the green-haired delinquent demon screamed miserably as if he was hit by a truck. His body flew out like a kite with a broken string and heavily smashed into the wall of the street. His head tilted as he fainted. Ah! Seeing their comrade being sent flying like this, the remaining two delinquents couldn't help but cry out in shock. After recovering from their shock, they quickly retreated. You really are an attack mage, huh? Hearing the two delinquent demons' angry shouts, Wu Yan lightly swung his leg and tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. What? Are you afraid because your opponent is an attack mage? Wu Yan sneered and he tilted his body to the side. Didn't you just say that I'm an ordinary human that you can easily take care of? Or are you saying that once the opponent is stronger than you, you're afraid of the slightest thing? As if trying to crush the nerves of the two demons, the words turned into arrows, piercing through their minds word by word. As expected of delinquents, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Even demons. You bastard. The two already frightened demons seemed to have been hit by his words, their faces filled with anger. Then, a torrent of demonic energy violently surged from their bodies. Due to the difference in status between attack mages, the skill system they use is also different. Magicians use magic, overadapters use superpowers. There are all kinds of skill systems. As long as their skill is strong enough to fight demons, they can become attack mages. However, regardless of the differences in the skill system of attack mages, it was a fact that they had the ability to resist the demon race. For the demon race, attack mages were also the natural enemies of attack mages. Attack mages, attack mages, attack mages. The meaning of this skill was as literal as its name. One could rely on their own strength to attack the demon race. Therefore, there were also attack mages who hunted demons for a living. Like assassins, there were attack mages. The two demons already regarded Wu Yan as an attack mage. Although they don't know if he's the type that hunts demons for a living, but the fact that their comrade was defeated in an instant made them fearful, so they used their demonic energy regardless of the cost. Bzzz bzzz bzzz. Almost at the same time, the two demons' demon entry permit issued an alarm. Along with it, the surrounding streets also abruptly rang with the sound of sirens. Abnormal demonic energy detected. Surrounding citizens, please evacuate. Repeat it. Abnormal demonic energy detected. Surrounding citizens, please evacuate. The sound of mechanical alarms reverberated in the surroundings. The entire street was in chaos all of a sudden. Chapter 886. Bzzz, 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 abnormal magical energy detected. Civilians, please evacuate immediately. I repeat. Abnormal magical energy detected. Civilians, please evacuate immediately. On his wrist, the two demon race landing permits immediately sensed the magic power surging from the wearer. They vibrated like an alarm bell and issued an alarm in a burst of red flashes. On the street, an alarm that was louder than the demon landing certificate sounded from somewhere and spread all over the place in a short period of time. The next moment, defensive doors started to fall from the buildings on both sides of the street. After being stunned for a short while, people started to panic. Demons. Demons. Quick. Run. Amidst their screams, the pedestrians ran towards the ends of the streets in panic. They no longer had the appearance of being exhausted due to the hot weather. Every one of them was afraid that if they ran too slow, they would be involved in the battle. At that time, as ordinary humans, they might not even know when they would be implicated and die. Screams and screams resounded throughout the area. Along with the sound of the sirens, the crowd quickly ran away. Wu Yan and Coterie exchanged glances with each other when they heard the sirens echoing in the area. There was an alarm. Coterie looked displeased. This Itagami Island, does it forbid demons from fighting? I don't think it's that bad, right? Wu Yan looked around and smiled bitterly. But it seems like we've gotten ourselves into some unnecessary trouble. Even though Wu Yan has a basic understanding of the situation in Itagami Island, he didn't expect to see a battle in the city. The result is like a fire. But then again, it makes sense. There are normal humans living in Itagami City. When demons fight, their power isn't something normal humans can handle. That's why demons fighting in Itagami City isn't a big deal. But when demons use their magical energy, it's not a big deal. In fact, it was no different from a large-scale disaster. Under such circumstances, it's impossible for Itagami Island to not have any rules or regulations. It's just that Wu Yan and Yukari aren't familiar with the rules here. Now, the two demons had used their magic power, and the alarm had been sounded. The enforcers of Itagami Island should be coming soon. At that time, they would be in big trouble. It's not that Wu Yan and Coterie are afraid of Itagami City's law enforcers, it's just that they are trespassers without proper registration. Once they started patrolling, then, the fact that the two of them did not register their identities would be exposed. They would definitely be investigated, but that was still a small matter. The key was, if that happened, how would they complete the first dungeon quest? This was the disadvantage of Wu Yan not being familiar with the original work. This time. Thus, it was displayed. It seems that if we really make a fuss, it will be very big. Coterie finally showed some seriousness in her red eyes. She told Wu Yan calmly. Let's settle this quickly. Wu Yan nodded, no longer teasing. However, the two of them spoke as if no one else was around, infuriating the two demons. Damn it. I'll show you what's good for you. The two delinquent devils shrieked as if they had gone mad. Their appearances immediately changed. Its pair of turbid eyes gradually turned blood red, and two sharp fangs protruded from its mouth, revealing itself above its lips. Even its ears seemed to have become a little sharper. These two youths from the devil clan were actually vampires. Vampires? Wu Yan was surprised by what he saw. I'll kill you. The two vampires grinned maliciously. An air current that resembled blood and red steam erupted from their bodies. As they wriggled, their already impressive magic power increased by 2 to 3 times. The red steam swirled like a whirlpool. In the end, the two streams of red steam formed two horned beasts. They hovered in the air and roared. Hiss! A sharp screeching sound shook the entire area, and the atmosphere started to fluctuate violently. Under the effect of the tearing atmosphere and the surging magic power, the security doors on both sides of the street started to deform slightly, as if they were directly hit by some terrifying heavy weapon. This. Looking at the two horned beasts howling at him, Wu Yan's eyes flashed with an indescribable glint. Are these familiars? The trees on the street began to fall, the ground began to crack. Even the iron pillars of the street lamps groaned as if they would collapse at any moment. All of this was caused by the mana from the familiars. What a strong magic power, what a destructive power. Wu Yan gasped in shock. It's no wonder he reacted that way. From the feedback he received from system perception, Wu Yan knew that the two vampires before him were only at rank 7. They had just reached the lowest rank of rank 7. However, the vassal beasts they released were already at the peak of class 7, and were even showing signs of breaking through to class 8. What does this mean? It means that even if someone stronger than them were to take a hit from one of their familiars, they would suffer a fate worse than death. These familiars give their masters the ability to challenge those above their rank. In fact, they might even be able to challenge those above their rank. It was only now that Wu Yan realized he had underestimated the power of familiars. Possessing familiars didn't necessarily mean that one possessed great strength, but it definitely meant that one possessed terrifying destructive power. Even those stronger than you wouldn't be able to match up to you in terms of destructive power. If the familiars summoned by the two ordinary vampires were already this powerful, what kind of power would the familiars summoned by him, a true ancestor, have? Thinking up to this point, Wu Yan's heart started to heat up and an excited smile appeared on his face. Looks like I'll have to hurry up and summon my familiars. The two vampires attacked at the same time. Ryukong. Go. Bite him to death. Ghost Vine. Hiss. The two familiars shrieked and charged at Wu Yan. They tore through the air with a sonic boom and terrifying mana fluctuations. Wu Yan wasn't surprised. Instead, he revealed a fanatical smile. Bring it on. Wu Yan clenched his fist at the sight of the two vampires charging at him. A surge of mana comparable to that of the two familiars ignited around his fist. Due to his agitation, his wine-red pupils had already turned into a noble gold color that would only appear when he was fully unleashed. Vampires' familiars are highly concentrated mana entities with a will of their own. In other words, the familiars themselves are mana itself. In order to defeat a familiar, the only way was to use magic that was more powerful than the familiar's own magic. It was because of this that Wu Yan gave up on other methods and focused solely on mana. Let me take a look. A vast power surged into the sky along with the magic power. Just how powerful are real familiars? Two vassal beasts charged at Wu Yan with overwhelming might. His fist wrapped in mana met the two familiars head-on. The next moment. Boom, like a meteor crashing down. Like a volcano erupting. Like the roar of thunder. Like a star exploding. An extremely dense light flashed from the center of the field, instantly illuminating every corner of the space. Then, a roar that was enough to shatter one's eardrums turned into a sound wave, attacking in all directions. Everywhere it passed, the air was swept up into a violent wind and evaporated, the ground shattered, and the streets almost collapsed. Although the arena wasn't reduced to rubble by the attacks of the two vampires who had just reached Tier 7, the terrifying destructive power of the familiars created a 10-meter-wide crater at the epicenter of the collision. Wu Yan stood in the middle of the crater. Wisps of smoke rose from his hand, but his body was unharmed. Wah! What? The two vampires' expressions froze. Chapter 887. When everything calmed down and everything returned to normal, the atmosphere in the air was deathly still. The two vampires were completely dumbfounded, and they no longer had the slightest reaction. The reason why vampires were known as the most powerful demon race was because they could freely command familiars without suffering the side effects of devouring lives. But now, the familiar beasts they were so proud of had been stopped by someone else's bare fists, and the other party was completely unharmed. Even if the other party is an attack mage who specializes in dealing with demons, the two vampires couldn't accept it. Little did they know, Wu Yan's heart was also in turmoil. Even though they had just reached the 7th tier, the familiars summoned by the most ordinary of vampires with mediocre bloodlines had actually depleted a full 10% of his mana in the clash with them. Wu Yan isn't some random vampire, he's a primogenitor who stands at the pinnacle of all vampires. If he used this 10% of his mana to maintain the daily operations of Itagami Island, it would be enough to last an entire month. And now, this 10% of his mana was used up in the clash with two vampires' familiars. No wonder vassal beasts were called the strongest among the demons by vampires. No wonder these otherworldly summoned beasts are synonymous with destruction and destruction. No wonder they're called the embodiment of magic. He flexed his hand, which is still smoking. The two vampires aren't done yet. But Wu Yan's eyes were filled with joy. He's fully experienced the might of his familiars. He believed that the familiars he summoned would be several times stronger than the familiars summoned by the two ordinary vampires. This would definitely become one of his strongest attacks. The time to summon his familiars is imminent. Wu Yan took a deep breath to suppress his excitement. He looked at the two stunned vampires. His gaze was no longer as cold as before. Instead, it's friendlier. Since you've helped me out, I won't make things difficult for you too. I won't make things difficult for you guys. Waving his hand, Wu Yan is in a good mood. Without waiting for the two vampires to respond, Wu Yan walked up to Coterie. He patted her shoulder, who had been standing quietly in the same place. All right. Let's go. We'll be in trouble when the island's guards arrive. Coterie ignored Wu Yan. Instead, his expression seemed a little strange. He stared straight ahead in a certain direction and muttered to himself. Something's not right, that person. Wu Yan tilted his head and followed Coterie's gaze. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned. In the corner, a girl about the same age as Coterie, 14 or 15 years old, is sitting on the ground. Her hair is tied into a ponytail with a blue ribbon. She's wearing a school uniform. Her petite face isn't as sweet as Coterie's, but she's still very cute. Her big round eyes have the same burgundy color as Wu Yan's. However, her eyes are filled with extreme fear and terror. She stared blankly at Wu Yan and the two vampires. Her emotions are clearly directed at Wu Yan and the two vampires. Wu Yan frowned when he saw the girl slumped on the ground. That girl. Wu Yan scratched his face and lowered his head. He seems a little familiar. Coterie seemed to have heard Wu Yan. She shifted her gaze from the girl to Wu Yan. Her eyes are filled with disdain. Have you fallen to the point where you call a cute girl a familiar face? This sentence successfully woke Wu Yan up from his memories. He almost fell over as the corner of his mouth twitched. Am I that thirsty? Who knows? Coterie pursed her lips and hesitated. Is that girl okay? She doesn't look right. Why didn't she take refuge? Wu Yan is confused. The alarm was so loud, it's impossible for a normal person to come here. She looks like a normal person. Who knows? Coterie didn't say anything else. Only Wu Yan knows that Coterie's mind is spinning rapidly. She's probably thinking about something. The two vampires are nowhere to be seen. The delinquent who was kicked away by Wu Yan is also gone. Only Wu Yan, Coterie, and the girl sitting there staring blankly at Wu Yan are left. The atmosphere is very strange. Wu Yan's eyes darted around as if he's hesitating. In the end, he couldn't suppress his curiosity and walked towards the girl. The girl gives him a familiar feeling. It shouldn't be an illusion. After all, he has full memory. But this also confirms that he hasn't met her before. If he did, Wu Yan wouldn't have forgotten her. Then, with his full memory, there's only one possibility for her to give him a familiar feeling even though he doesn't have any impression of her. This girl is most likely a character from the original story of this dungeon world. It's a pity that Wu Yan, who isn't that familiar with the skill, can't recall it. At that time, he didn't have full memory, and even if he did, he wouldn't be able to recall all of his previous memories. He can only try to get in touch with her. As Wu Yan approached, the girl's blank gaze followed Wu Yan. When Wu Yan was in front of her, the girl raised her head. Her blank expression is very cute. That. Wu Yan thought about his words and waved his hand. You. Wu Yan's words seemed to have awakened the girl from her stupor. Her pair of beautiful eyes were filled with fear and dread. The girl shrieked and interrupted Wu Yan's words. No. No, like a young girl who had seen a ghost at night, the young girl moved her legs and moved backward while screaming in horror. No, no, no. Wu. She hugged her head and shook it with all her might. The girl's fear is on full display. Wu Yan stiffened up and he quickly opened his mouth. Don't be afraid, I mean no harm. Don't come over. Don't come over. The young girl didn't listen to anything and continued to move her body in fear. The expression in her eyes was clearly an expression of extreme fear. If this continued, it wouldn't be strange if her nerves collapsed due to fear. Don't. Demon. This. Wu Yan didn't know what to do. He could only retreat and try not to get close to the girl. Kotori narrowed her eyes. This girl seems to have a phobia towards demons. Demons? Phobia? Wu Yan looked at Kotori in shock and pointed at his own nose. Are you saying that she mistook me for a demon? Kotori rolled her eyes and grumbled, You're a demon, you vampire. But. Wu Yan was confused. I didn't summon a familiar, I didn't bare my fangs. Kotori sighed and pointed at Wu Yan's eyes with her jewel. But your eyes changed color, didn't they? Wu Yan froze for a moment, then he remembered his eyes changed color because he got too excited after witnessing the power of a familiar. I'm afraid this girl was just passing by and happened to see you fighting those two vampires. She has a phobia towards demons, so she didn't run away immediately. She was lucky enough to see you use your bloodline. Kotori shook her head and glanced at Wu Yan. It's best if you don't get close to her for now. Ugh. Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched, he felt helpless. All right. Wu Yan looked at the trembling girl and pursed his lips. He was about to leave with Kotori when a crisp voice entered his ears. You really did cause a ruckus. Chapter 888. It's really a big mess, a crisp, tender, and majestic voice echoed. Wu Yan and Kotori, who were about to leave, froze. Someone's here. No. That's not the main point. The most important thing was that the two of them didn't even notice that someone had come. After exchanging glances with each other, the two of them relaxed their bodies and slowly turned around. They raised their heads and looked in front of them. Dust was still rising from the crater caused by the familiar beast's attack. Pieces of gravel rolled down from above and landed in the pitch-black crater, producing a strange rustling sound. Small but clearly visible cracks spread out from the center of the crater, stopping only when they were about 10 meters away. With that as the boundary, the rest of the streets were still intact. In the middle of the smoking crater, a petite figure is standing there. She's even smaller than Kotori and only slightly taller than Flandrachan. She was wearing a black pleated Gothic lowly outfit. She looked like a princess, but also like a noble. Her long black hair hung down to her waist and was divided into several bundles. The ends of her hair were slightly curled up like a tornado. It didn't look exaggerated, but it was very pleasing to the eye. She's holding a parasol in one hand and a lace fan of the same color as her outfit in the other. Her face is exquisite, her facial features are as beautiful as a sculpted doll. Even Wu Yan, who's used to being surrounded by beauties, can't find anything wrong with her face. She looks very young. She's a beautiful girl. To be more precise, rather than calling her a beautiful young lady, it would be more appropriate to call her a young girl. After all. Her height. She's not even 1.5 meters tall. Blinking his eyes, Wu Yan's expression is more or less one of shock. Could it be the person who snuck up behind me without me noticing? Could it be this little girl? He and Kotori exchanged glances with each other as they looked at the petite girl. They both activated their system perception. They scanned the girl. Natsuki Nangong, level 82. When the words level 82 entered Wu Yan and Kotori's mind, they froze in shock. Then, they became even more shocked. The little girl in front of him was only a little older than Flandrachan and Yoshino. She's a Tier 9 powerhouse. This. Wu Yan opened his mouth, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You can't judge a book by its cover. Kotori nodded in agreement. Her red eyes kept sizing up the girl. But she's pretty cute. The goth girl named Natsuki seemed to have sensed something she didn't like. She met Wu Yan and Kotori's gazes with her sapphire eyes. She slowly parted her lips. So it's you two? The source of the abnormal mana. Wu Yan and Kotori reacted. They frowned and looked at Natsuki. Could it be? Wu Yan asked Natsuki Nangong with uncertainty. You're an attack mage of Itagami Island? Yes. Well, there are people who have taken up such positions. Natsuki raised her parasol. She used an immature yet dignified voice to say that. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel a little helpless. I didn't expect an attack mage to be dispatched for a small brawl. Itagami Island security sure is good. A small brawl? Natsuki Nangong looked at Wu Yan with a smile. She pointed at the hole in the ground. So this is considered a brawl? If that's the case, I'll have to reevaluate your abilities. But you are right. Nangong Natsuki changed the topic and slowly walked over. It's just an abnormal mana, there's no need to dispatch an attack mage. Natsuki walked over to Wu Yan and Kotori. She walked past the two of them and stopped next to the girl with a phobia of demons. She stared down at her from above. My students are trembling in fear. As a teacher, I can't ignore it. Teacher? Kotori stopped spinning her pearl and looked at Natsuki Nangong strangely. You said you're a teacher? Although your reaction is similar to what I expected, it still makes me a little unhappy. Natsuki clicked her tongue and turned around to look at the girl who was paralyzed on the ground. You're Koju's sister, Koju Nagisa, right? Nangong Natyu's serious face didn't change at all, but there was a trace of pity in her eyes. Pull yourself together. Ugh. The girl called Nagisa Nangong finally noticed someone standing in front of her. She looked up in fear and saw Natsuki Nangong's petite figure. After being stunned for a moment, Xiao Nagisa finally reacted. There was a teardrop at the corner of her eyes as she threw herself at Natsuki. Sensei Nangong. Alright, stop crying. Natsuki Nangong sighed and patted Nagisa's shoulder. She then turned to Wu Yan and Kotori. Her gaze turned hostile. You guys seem to have made my student cry. Oi oi oi, wait a minute, don't accuse an innocent person. Wu Yan quickly shook his head to prove his innocence. Yeah. Kotori pointed at Wu Yan with one hand on her waist. He's the one who made that girl cry, not me. Kotori, you. Wu Yan was at a loss for words. Strictly speaking, Nagisa was the one who was afraid. But if he didn't approach her, she wouldn't be this scared. It's not wrong to say that he made her cry. No. I definitely didn't make her cry. Wu Yan tried his best to deny it. He said righteously, how can I do something as ungentlemanly as making a girl cry? Huh? Kotori's gaze turned hostile. You rascal, you've been plotting all along, haven't you? Why would you come to such a conclusion? Seeing the two siblings ignore her and stand in front of her, quarreling as if there was no one else around, Nangong Natyu's forehead was filled with wrinkles. However, if one looked carefully, they would see that the faint trace of wariness in her eyes was slowly lowering. Even Nagisa, who was looking at Wu Yan with fear, was stunned by the scene in front of her. The fear in her eyes was still there, but it wasn't as strong as before. Enough. Natsuki Nangong couldn't stand the noise and raised her hand to stop them. If you want to flirt, you can continue later. Don't be an eyesore here. Why would you come to such a conclusion? Who's flirting? In short. Natsuki Nangong closed her eyes and placed the parasol on her shoulder. The two of you, come with me. Tell me what happened. Of course, if you want the guards to investigate, that's fine as well. Natsuki raised her parasol and she started walking down the street. Nagisa followed her with a panicked expression. She didn't want to stay in the same place as Wu Yan even if she had to die. She followed behind Natsuki and she didn't want to stay in the same place as Wu Yan. Wu Yan was speechless as he watched Natsuki Nangong leave with Nagisa. He couldn't help but complain. She's leaving just like that? Aren't she afraid we won't follow? Of course not. Of course she's not afraid. Kotori said exasperatedly. She has the strength of a tier 9, and she saw our faces. Plus, she was able to hide behind us without us noticing. It's easy for her to find us on this man-made island. That's true. Wu Yan had a headache. He asked Kotori, then, should we follow? Of course. Why wouldn't you go? Kotori revealed a seductive smile as her eyes lit up with interest. Maybe we can get some information from her. After all, you're not that familiar with this world. That's true. Wu Yan muttered and nodded. Then let's follow. Chapter 889. Saikai Academy is responsible for teaching middle school and high school students. It's one of the few high-class academies in Itagami City. Compared to Itagami City, which is known as the Demon Special District, Saikai Academy is considered a normal academy. There are no beast men, no vampires, and no other demons. The students here are mostly normal humans. One of the reasons why the term, basically, was used to describe the academy was because the registered demons wouldn't come here to study. However, some unknown demons could hide their identities and move about in the academy. Although there weren't many examples, it wasn't like there weren't any. The second reason is that the term, normal humans is used to describe them. After all, humans like magicians and superhumans with superpowers would not be any different from normal humans on the surface. There was an office in a staff office building in Kaihai Academy High School. It was located on the top floor of this office building with a very broad view. Its location was even higher than that of the headmaster's office of Kaihai Academy. Its interior was also very luxurious. The ground was covered with a thick carpet embroidered with dazzling patterns. Luxurious mats were hung on the wall near the entrance. Each piece of furniture looked like valuable antiques from a long time ago. In addition to the fact that it took up more than half of the entire top floor, anyone who walked in here would probably think that it was the room of a royal family instead of a teacher's office. This luxurious office is Natsuki Nangong's office. Natsuki Nangong is an English teacher in Saikai Academy's high school. She's also an instructor in Itagami City's police force. She's a professional attack magician. Itagami City is a special district for demons. Here, powerful demons can be seen everywhere. Compared to these demons, they are nothing. Normal humans are no doubt the weakest. Let alone middle school and high school students. In order to prevent the normal students from being affected by the demon invasion, all educational facilities in Itagami City were strictly regulated. In order to ensure the safety of normal students. Therefore, it's necessary to assign a certain number of attack magicians to the educational facilities. Natsuki Nangong. She's one of Itagami City's attack magicians assigned to Saikai Academy. However, Natsuki Nangong prefers her position as a teacher. To her, teaching is her true profession. Attack magician is just a side job. She's different from her immature and dignified appearance. Natsuki Nangong loves her job as a teacher. It shows how much she loves her students. Even if the student was not taught by her, like Nagisa, who was a student of Saikai Academy Junior High School, she was loved by Natsuki even though Nagisa was older than Natsuki. According to Natsuki Nangong, she's 26 years old this year. 26 years old. Looking at the petite 15-year-old girl sitting on the large luxurious sofa, Wu Yan couldn't keep his cool as he smirked. Why, you're about the same age as me? I couldn't tell. Natsuki looked a bit unhappy. She frowned as she looked at Wu Yan with a surprised look. You're about the same age as me? Aren't you a demon? The general vitality of the demon race was much higher than that of humans. Among them, the vampire race was known to be immortal, and their lifespan was almost infinite. Although the average demon race's lifespan was not as long as the vampire race's, it was more than enough for them to live for 100 or 80 years. That's why one can't judge a demon's age by their appearance. Natsuki Nangong thought Wu Yan was at least 40 years old. What are you surprised about? Wu Yan couldn't help but ridicule Natsuki Nangong. If someone like you can be 26 years old, why can't I be a little younger as a demon? Natsuki Nangong looked at Wu Yan meaningfully. It's not like I've never seen a young demon before. Natsuki Nangong closed her eyes and sipped her tea. However, this is the first time I've seen a young devil who possesses such a powerful devil power like yours. The strength of demons was largely related to their age. The longer they lived, the stronger the magic power they stored, and the stronger their strength. Although there was no lack of existences who were born with very powerful magic power, no matter how powerful they were, their innate magic power could not reach Wu Yan's level. With Natsuki's strength, even if she couldn't sense how much mana Wu Yan had, she could still faintly feel it. Just this little bit was enough to surprise her. If Wu Yan was really the same age as her, then the abilities of this demon who came out of nowhere, Nangong Natyua felt that she seemed to have underestimated this seemingly harmless young devil. Of course, Natsuki Nangong didn't know that unlike the demons in this world who slowly grew their magic power over time, Wu Yan had a method to cultivate his own magic power. Furthermore, it was the best kind of method. In terms of magic power, forget about the demons who have lived for a long time, even the 4 primogenitors in this world might not be able to compare to him. The reason why the true ancestors were so powerful was because they were the oldest vampires. They had lived for the longest time and were immortal. The vast amount of time they had accumulated was the source of their power. Through the long period of time, they had increased their magic power. Coupled with their unlimited life force, their familiars were naturally the most powerful of all vampires. From this point of view, Wu Yan, who can cultivate his own magic power and obtain magic power comparable to the 4 primogenitors in a short period of time, or perhaps even more powerful, was very generous. Then, tell me, what kind of demon are you? Wu Yan blinked when he heard Natsuki's question. He didn't try to hide anything from her. Vampire. Vampire? Natsuki looked at Wu Yan suspiciously. Are you kidding me? Do vampires in their 20s have as much magic power as you? Wu Yan rolled his eyes. He was too lazy to explain and directly used his actions to prove it. Its wine-red eyes instantly turned golden, and sharp but tiny fangs gently extended from its mouth. Seeing Wu Yan use his own bloodline, Nangong Natyua was stunned. She looked at his eyes with surprise. Aren't vampires' eyes really red? Why is yours golden? Well, who knows? Wu Yan withdrew his vampire posture and said jokingly. Perhaps it's because of this that I was able to obtain such a large amount of mana at such a young age, oh? Natsuki narrowed her eyes and took another sip of black tea. Well, let's put it that way for now. But you should be careful, with that amount of mana, your familiar shouldn't be an ordinary creature, right? Don't let it roam around, I don't want to have to catch you. Don't worry, I don't have any familiars. Well, that would be... Natsuki Nangong paused. What did you say? You don't have any familiars? Yeah. Wu Yan admitted it without hesitation. I don't have any familiars. You're joking with me, aren't you? Natsuki Nangong stopped drinking her tea. She seriously suspected that Wu Yan had been toying with her the entire time. A vampire saying that he doesn't have a vampire's strongest trump card, a familiars? But that's the truth. Wu Yan sighed and shrugged. At the very least, I don't have any familiars in my bloodline. You can check if you don't believe me. Natsuki Nangong saw the helpless expression on Wu Yan's face. He didn't look like he was faking it. She underestimated the man in front of her. Chapter 890. Familiars are very important to vampires. Apart from their near-limitless vitality, vampires were considered the weakest among the demons in terms of physical strength and battle prowess. The reason why they were known as the strongest among the demons was due to the powerful vassal beasts that were bred in their blood. Therefore, vampires were the best of the best, and familiars were the best of the best. Once a vampire was born, the first thing they would do would be to summon their familiars from the other world and nurture them in their own blood for their own use. But now, A vampire in his 20s not only possessed tremendous magic power, but he also didn't have a familiar beast. Yet, he was able to single-handedly take on 2 vampires who had summoned their familiars. Originally, the only reason Natsuki Nangong had shown up at such a place was because one of her students was there and something seemed to have happened. Otherwise, as a top-level attack mage, she wouldn't have shown up for something as common as the detection of abnormal mana. Instead, she brought Wu Yan and Nagisa here. It was just a spur-of-the-moment thought of protecting Nagisa. Now, Natsuki Nangong is really interested in the man in front of her. No matter how you look at it, this vampire is different. He is full of mysteries. If possible, Natsuki Nangong would like to unravel all these mysteries. What an incredible vampire. Natsuki Nangong didn't hide her curiosity. Her gem-like eyes stared at Wu Yan as if she wanted to see through him, but she didn't ask. Natsuki Nangong is smart enough to know. He won't tell her the real secret. Wu Yan, on the other hand, felt a bit uncomfortable being stared at by this little girl, who is full of charm in all aspects. He picked up the cup of black tea in front of him. He covered his face like he was trying to hide something. Don't look at me like that. I don't have a familiar yet, but I will have one sooner or later. Besides, I'm not a vampire who only relies on familiars. I know some magic. Magic? Nangong Natsuki shook her head. In the demon race, only a very small portion of them knew magic. They were all innately powerful existences and all of them were well-known figures. However, Natsuki wasn't surprised by Wu Yan's powerful mana. Natsuki turned to Kotori, who had been staring at the door without saying a word, and spoke in a tired tone. Then, what kind of demon race are you? Don't confuse me with him. Kotori retorted. I'm a real human. Indeed, Kotori was a human. She only became an elf because she was forcefully stuffed with elf energy. To be more precise, she was a human with elf energy. Moreover, Kotori cared more about her identity as a human. She didn't hate elves, but she didn't like them either. Besides, there are plenty of humans with elf energy in this world. They weren't directly assimilated into elves, they still call themselves humans. Natsuki's expression changed after hearing Kotori's answer. A vampire and a human brother and sister pair? This is really interesting. Kotori pursed her lips and continued staring at the door. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. He suddenly remembered something and asked Natsuki. Oh right, Natsuki, you're an attack mage, right? Can I take that as a stupid question? Nangong Nayu expressionlessly drank her black tea. She had clearly revealed her identity before. Wu Yan scratched his head in embarrassment and asked in a serious tone. Then, do you have a way to make me an attack mage in Itagami Island? I say, are you really a vampire? Natsuki Nangong felt that she was more surprised today than she had been in the past year. She stood there in a daze. It's strange enough that you don't have a familiar, yet you want to become an attack mage? Don't you know that attack mages specialize in fighting demons? Well. Wu Yan laughed awkwardly and raised his hand weakly. I have my own difficulties as well. You don't have to treat me like a vampire. Nangong Natyue was speechless. She was now certain that the vampire in front of her was not an ordinary vampire. Speaking of which, normal vampires don't have familiars, and they don't want to become an attack mage to deal with their own kind. Natsuki has seen a lot today, and she's learned a lot from her experience. However, it was undeniable that Natsuki Nangong was somewhat interested. Natsuki's blue eyes flashed with a smile that Wu Yan couldn't understand. She leaned back on the sofa and waved her fan at Wu Yan. All right. I'll take care of this for you. Wu Yan was speechless when he heard Natsuki's confident tone. This petite 26-year-old little girl in front of him didn't seem to be an ordinary attack mage since she agreed to such a difficult request so easily. Huh? Why did I say also? Scratching his head in confusion, Wu Yan nodded and said with a smile. Thank you. Natsuki. Natsuki snorted and she turned her head away. She started sipping her tea again. Wu Yan raised his cup and took a sip. He stopped what he was doing and he helplessly put his cup back on the table. What's wrong? Natsuki frowned when she saw Wu Yan's actions. She seemed dissatisfied with Wu Yan's actions. Despite her petite appearance, Natsuki Nangong had an unusual preference for black tea. No, it's nothing. Wu Yan didn't know about Natsuki's hobbies, so he answered honestly. It's just that this black tea doesn't suit my taste. That's true. Kotori also took a sip and frowned. It's worse than the ones you make. In the past, when Natsuki heard such comments, even if she didn't flip out, she wouldn't be in a good mood. But Kotori's last sentence made Natsuki's eyes light up. You know how to make black tea? Just a little bit. Wu Yan took out a few new cups from the tea set. He waved his hand and crimson spatial ripples appeared in his hand. Then, a delicate teapot appeared in his hand. He lifted the teapot. Seeing this, Natsuki's attention shifted away from the teapot. Spatial manipulation? Magic? This is just the effect of the item. Wu Yan poured himself a cup of tea. I know spatial manipulation magic, but I'm not at the level where I can create a space to store items. Oh. I didn't expect you to know the same type of magic as me. Natsuki said nonchalantly. Wu Yan and Kotori understood what she's trying to do. No wonder Natsuki Nangong was able to silently appear behind him. It turned out that she knew spatial manipulation magic. At this time, Nangong Nayu, who had just taken a sip of black tea, was startled. Then her eyes suddenly lit up. What a unique taste, it's not bad. You can have it if you like. Wu Yan generously handed the teapot to Natsuki. I have more if it's not enough, I can make more if I don't have enough. Natsuki nodded with a smile. She looked at Wu Yan with interest. She confirmed a certain plan in her heart. Hey. Suddenly, Kotori turned to the door and said. Don't you want to have a drink? Everyone's gaze turned towards the direction of the door. What they saw was a girl with a ponytail hiding behind the door with only her head sticking out. However, when Wu Yan's gaze also turned towards her, the girl immediately got startled and hid her head behind the door like a tortoise. Wu Yan felt hurt by Natsuki's actions. He forced a smile and waved at her weakly. Come and have a taste, it's delicious. Natsuki ignored Wu Yan and continued to look at him with fear. This hurt Wu Yan even more. He won't admit to being hated by a girl. Chapter 891. The hierarchy of vampires is very strict. Based on the purity of their bloodline, there is a huge difference in the strength of vampires. The purer the bloodline, the stronger the vampire. On the other hand, vampires with mixed bloodlines are weaker. After all, blood is the most important element in a vampire's body, more important than the brain and heart. Blood is the source of a vampire's magic power, and the medium used to summon familiars. Vampires raise familiars in their blood, sacrificing their life force to drive them into battle, giving them the foundation of their existence. Thus, the purity of a vampire's bloodline is very important. It is directly related to the strength of the vampire's body. As everyone knew, the lifespan of vampires was very long, so long that it was almost infinite. During their long lifespan, they could gradually increase the magic power in their body through survival. They could also absorb the blood of others to obtain more powerful magic power from the blood. Therefore, the longer a vampire lived, the more blood they had sucked and the more powerful magic they gained from the blood. Therefore, in general, those ancient vampires would have more power than young vampires. Of course, it was only in general. A pure-blooded vampire, even if just born, is stronger than a non-pure-blooded vampire who has lived for an unknown amount of time. As the source of their power, the purity of their blood gives them an innate advantage. That kind of advantage isn't something that can be matched by the accumulation of time alone. On the other hand, pure-blooded vampires who have lived for an unknown amount of time have the power of their ancestor, the origin of all vampires. It's even more difficult to match. After a long history, vampires have developed to a certain extent, and are recognized by the world. Based on their bloodline and how long they have lived, vampires are divided into 5 ranks. The first rank, Xianxia. They are inferior vampires who can't summon familiars, and can't use their power. Vampires' true strength lies in their familiars. Vampires who can't control their familiars are very weak among the demons. Without their familiars, vampires can't even withstand a single blow from demons or even humans. Therefore, Xianxia are the lowest rank of vampires. They have always been despised by pure-blooded vampires. The second level, the younger generation of vampires. They were also the most ordinary of vampires. Their bloodlines weren't pure, and they hadn't existed for long. As a result, their magic power wasn't very abundant, and the familiars they could command weren't very powerful, but they were still far more powerful than the average demon. Even the weakest familiars were more powerful than the latest fighter jets and tanks. Vampires at this level were enough to strike fear into the hearts of the world. The third level, vampires of the old generation. They had lived for a very long time, and the magic power in their bodies was immense. The familiars they commanded had reached a level that couldn't be ignored. A single attack from them was enough to destroy a small village. Some pure-blooded old generation vampires were even more powerful. If left to their own devices, it was not impossible for them to destroy a city. Their existence itself was seen as comparable to an army. One could only imagine how powerful the old generation of vampires were. The fourth rank, Elder. They were the purest vampires, the second-generation vampires only second to the true ancestor. They were acknowledged by the true ancestor, and were given a portion of the true ancestor's blood. Although they weren't necessarily the true ancestor's flesh and blood, the true ancestor's blood contained the true ancestor's blood. But because they have the blood of the true ancestor, blood is the source of vampires' magic power, and their power is incomparably powerful. Apart from the true ancestor, they were the most powerful vampires. The final level of vampires was the true ancestor. As the oldest of vampires, and the kings of all other vampires, the true ancestor had the most powerful magic power. Their familiars were powerful enough to destroy an entire empire. Vampires were the strongest of all demons, and the true ancestor was the strongest of all vampires. That was why the true ancestor was publicly recognized as the strongest of all demons. They were truly immortal and lived longer than anyone else. That was why there were so few true ancestors. There were only 4 of them, and only 3 were publicly recognized. If there were more true ancestors, then the ones controlling the world wouldn't be humans, but demons. Among the 5 levels of vampires, there was basically no one who could surpass this limit. It was not that easy to do so. Bloodline was the key. The purer the bloodline, the higher the level of the vampire, and the stronger they would be. It was not impossible for a low-level vampire to be stronger than a high-level vampire, but it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It wasn't impossible for the younger generation of vampires to quickly gain great power. They only needed to use the method of cannibalism to directly devour vampires who were of a higher level than themselves and steal the magic power from the blood of the higher-level vampires. In other words, they had to steal the bloodline that symbolized the existence and power of other vampires. However, this method wasn't very practical, devouring the blood of stronger vampires. Even if they sucked all of their blood dry, their body would be taken over by the stronger vampires. Then, they would be devoured by the stronger vampires instead. It was very dangerous, unless they were stronger than the vampires themselves, or if the vampires were tired of living and gave their blood to them, they wouldn't succeed. This was the main reason why younger vampires couldn't defeat higher-ranked vampires. Of course, there were exceptions. Just like how there were humans who were born with superpowers like the over-adapters, there were also a small number of vampires who had special abilities that were different from other vampires. If this ability could greatly increase one's strength to the extent of surpassing vampires of a higher level, then the vampires would be able to break through the limit of level. When that happens, it wouldn't be impossible to use the true ancestor's bloodline principle to gain more power, But, it's very difficult. Natsuki's guess is that Wu Yan is one of those vampires with special abilities. That's why his pupils changed color when he turned into a vampire. Despite his young age, he already has the magical power of a normal vampire. That's why, when Wu Yan decided to summon his familiar, Natsuki offered to provide the venue. With Wu Yan's magical power, the familiar he summoned would definitely be something special. If something went wrong during his first summon, Itagami City would be in big trouble. Natsuki had to find a safe place to rest assured. Natsuki didn't know that Wu Yan wasn't a vampire with special abilities. He might be different from the vampires in this world, but he is a primogenitor. Natsuki might have made a mistake, but her approach was correct. If the primogenitor's familiar causes a ruckus in Itagami City, this man-made island would be destroyed. Itagami City, in an isolated area, Natsuki looked at Wu Yan in amazement. She praised him. You might be a vampire, but to be able to create a barrier of this level, your mastery of magic is much greater than most magicians who think highly of themselves. Well, it's not bad, right? Wu Yan stopped drawing the spell formation and he stopped channeling mana into it. He nodded with a satisfied look. Even though I know how to construct it, this is my first time using it. I'm already at my limit, considering the time it takes to construct it. I don't know if I should be happy or depressed if I still can't stop the familiars with it. If they can't stop the vassal beast, they will have to pay the price of turning Itagami Island upside down. If they can stop the vassal beast, they will have to prove the strength of the barrier and their mastery of magic. Either way, it's something to be happy about. It's no wonder Wu Yan is so conflicted. Alright, you should start as well. Natsuki raised her parasol and looked at the night sky. It's the darkest hour of the night, there's no better time than now for nocturnal creatures like vampires. Wu Yan nodded. He took a deep breath, golden light began to swirl in his eyes. Chapter 892. Closing his eyes, Wu Yan slowly mobilized the mana in his body. Like water flowing out of a dam, the mana started to burn from slow to fast. Waves of mana started to form on the ground under his feet. Like a whirlpool, it slowly rose into the sky. Not long after, every corner of the whole scene was filled with abnormally dense magic power, blowing smoke and dust as strong as a gust of wind. It was like the scene before a fighter jet took off. There were swirling airflows everywhere, as if they could topple mountains and overturn seas. It was extremely spectacular. This mana. Nangong Natsuya, who has been quietly observing Wu Yan from the side, suddenly changed her expression. Her gem-like eyes slightly narrowed. Her expression was grave and somewhat frightening. Nangong Natsuya knows Wu Yan's mana is enormous, so much so that some old generation vampires might not be able to match it. But she didn't expect the mana hidden in Wu Yan's body to be so enormous. This was no longer a level that vampires could possess. It wasn't that Natsuya hadn't seen such a powerful mana before. However, because of this calm and powerful attack mage was a bit frightened. Normally, this would be the case. It is very rare to see such a thing. Looking at Wu Yan, who is bathed in mana, Nangong Natsuya's expression is no longer as calm as before. Instead, it is filled with a strange gravity. Her mouth is muttering something. True ancestor, that's right, Nangong Natsuya has only seen such powerful mana in a true ancestor. This guy. Nangong Natsuya gritted her teeth and coldly snorted. I hope I don't witness the birth of a demon king. On the other side, Wu Yan didn't know what Nangong Natsuya is thinking. His consciousness is connected to the other world where the familiars live. He clenched his fist. He raised it in front of him. Then, Wu Yan started chanting the words that came out of his mouth like he was chanting. With my blood as the guide. Call out your true names. From now on. My life will be devoured by you. With my blood as your foundation. Absorb your power into this body. Follow my command. Summon beasts from other worlds who follow this contract. If you are willing to follow the contract, descend upon me, in the name of Wu Yan. A chant that was as profound as ancient runes echoed clearly in the surroundings. Ignoring the wind that blotted out the sky. He also ignored the roiling magic power. As if it has a form, it moved up and down until the last rune fell. Heaven and earth became silent. Wu Yan lifted his hand and a drop of blood appeared on his fingertip. It defied gravity and floated up. When it reached a height of 10 meters in the air, the drop of blood evaporated into a puff of blood mist and disappeared into thin air. Wang. A tiny black dot suddenly appeared at the spot where the blood chi had disappeared. It spun up and spread out like water. Not long after, a spinning black hole appeared in midair. A surge of magic power surged out from within, blowing down and crashing onto the ground like a meteorite. Dong! A suffocating pressure came down like a mountain without any warning. Space seemed to be unable to bear the pressure and let out a wail. At the scene, the gale evolved into a storm and swept in all directions. At the back, Nangong Natyue could no longer hold up her parasol. She stood on the ground and maintained her posture. Her long black hair was fluttering along with her clothes. She stared at Wu Yan in front of her. Nangong Natyue's face was full of astonishment. What a powerful mana. Is that guy really just a vampire with a special ability? Nangong Natyue paused as if she sensed something. She raised her head and looked at the black hole in the sky. It's coming. Just as he finished speaking, 2 beams of light shot out from the black hole that was floating in the air and smashed into the ground. Rumble. Amidst the rumbling, a white flame and a burst of black lightning appeared out of thin air like an explosion and blasted out in all directions. The white flame was like a violent whirlpool. Wherever it passed, whether it was the air current or the ground, it didn't burn or incinerate. Instead, it disappeared as if it never existed and returned to its origin. The black lightning was like a meteor falling from the sky. Wherever it passed, no matter if it was the barrier or the space, everything was shattered in the blink of an eye. Everything was shattered like glass when it came into contact with the lightning. An unknown power acted on the flame and lightning, wreaking havoc. That kind of flame and lightning. I have never seen such a thing before. Nangong Natyue's voice changed a bit. That was the result of her suppressing her impatience. Her eyes were glued to the scene. Nangong Natyue inhaled the air filled with demonic energy. She tightened her grip on the parasol. She saw it. Amidst the white flames and the black lightning, 2 dragon-like creatures, one black and one white, stood on their feet and gradually condensed into a single entity. The white dragon-like creature was tossing and turning in the white flames. The white flames on its body were like its fur, fluttering along with the fluctuations of the flames. Its entire body was white, but its eyes were blue. 2 long whiskers and ribbons of flame slowly fluttered in between the dragon's eyebrows, appearing very elegant. Its arm-like wings spread out on both sides of its body, and in the middle of its wings, there was a pair of sharp dragon claws. A tail made of white flames swayed back like long hair, as if it was preparing to fire some heavy artillery. Inside, wisps of white flames appeared and fell. Every time it went back and forth, there would be sparks accompanying it, spreading in the surrounding space, causing the atmosphere to silently turn into nothingness. Noble. Elegant. The black dragon-like creature was bathed in black lightning. Most of its body was black, but some parts were darker than the rest of its body. It had blood-red eyes and a crown on its head. The joints of its limbs were made of black bones, and there were steel wings on its shoulders that looked like shoulder pads. The base of its wings had the same kind of armor that spread out like a fan or a net. The inner end of the wings had wing spikes. Its arms were like a baseball glove, with a 3-clawed black hand inside. On its back, there was a thick tail with spikes that looked like a huge cone. It was humming like an engine. Vaguely, a terrifying destructive force was expanding along with the humming sound, as if it could explode at any time. It was quite terrifying. Domineering. Black and white dragons, black lightning and white flames danced on the platform. They lined up together like 2 kings with different auras. One is as noble as a god, the other is as domineering as a general. Then, under the witness of the heavens and earth, they merged into Wu Yan's body along with the flames and lightning. Heaven and earth returned to normal. However, the stage was in ruins. The barrier that cost Wu Yan a lot of effort disappeared without him noticing. Fortunately, the power of the black and white dragons didn't spread to the outside world in time to affect Itagami Island. In the center of the stage, Wu Yan opened his eyes. His golden pupils turned back to a wine-red color. His eyes were filled with joy. It was clear that he liked these two familiars very much. Natsuki quietly watched the happy Wu Yan. A drop of sweat silently slid down her forehead. Natsuki forced a smile. Looks like I've summoned two incredible fellows. Wu Yan turned around when he heard Natsuki's voice. He flashed a big smile. Anyone could see that he was in a good mood. However, Wu Yan soon regretted his decision. Even though the familiars are strong, why are there only two of them? Natsuki glanced at Wu Yan. She didn't say anything and she stayed silent. Only she knew that it wasn't that Wu Yan didn't have the ability to summon more familiars. Perhaps, only those two familiars were qualified to respond to his summons. Chapter 893. Now that he has a familiar, Wu Yan found out that familiars don't just have destructive power beyond their level, they also have a lot of other benefits. Vassal beasts are a collection of mana with a will. In other words, the mana is the vassal beasts themselves. Vampires could infuse large amounts of mana into their blood. Even though they needed mana to summon vassal beasts, the mana of the vassal beasts would be amplified by the host's mana when they were first summoned and infused into the host's blood. With a vassal beast, the host's mana will be increased. Even if it's only once. In addition, Wu Yan can also release a portion of his vassal beast's power for his own use. That's no ordinary ability. The abilities of the black and white dragons he summoned aren't your average abilities. The white flames and black lightning are a lot scarier than they look. Wu Yan understood the abilities of his two familiars. The flames and lightning aren't real flames and lightning. Wu Yan's expression suddenly changed while he was experiencing his vassal beast's abilities. At the same time, a white flame and a black lightning burst out from his body as if they were out of his control. They disappeared in the blink of an eye, but Wu Yan's face is slightly flushed. It seems like things aren't as simple as they look. Natsuki narrowed her eyes when she saw this. It seems like you aren't able to control your vassal beasts. That strange phenomenon was obviously not Wu Yan's doing. It appeared on its own accord, just like this. It wasn't like Nangong Natyue hadn't seen it before. Her student, who also has a few vassal beasts that can't be ignored, had a similar situation happen to him. It's a phenomenon that happens when a vassal beast isn't under his control. Natsuki furrowed her brows in frustration. Wu Yan's two vassal beasts aren't your average vassal beasts. In terms of mana, might, and abilities, they're even more troublesome than her student. If Wu Yan can't control his two vassal beasts, what's the difference between them and a ticking time bomb? Wu Yan heard Natsuki's words. She blinked her eyes mischievously, and the corners of her mouth curled into a thought-provoking arc. He raised his hands and placed them in front of the confused Nangong Natyue. Immediately after, a ball of white flame and a ball of black lightning shot out from his hands, giving Nangong Natyue fright. Wu Yan's magic power surged in his hands. The flames and lightning in his hands kept changing. Sometimes, he had fire in his left hand and lightning in his right hand. Sometimes, he had lightning in his left hand and fire in his right hand. He's having a lot of fun with these moves. Natsuki Nangong was stunned. It was rare for her to be in a daze. Didn't you just? Well. Wu Yan tossed the white flames and black lightning in his hands. He said nonchalantly, "It's the first time vassal beasts have appeared in my body." They were making a fuss and I didn't react in time. Now. Wu Yan smiled confidently. No matter how much they make a fuss, once they enter my body and become mine, they won't be able to escape my control. Yes, the two powerful vassal beasts are a bit disobedient. However, Wu Yan has endless martial training. His mind, technique, and body are one. He can control his own abilities as he pleases. The black and white dragons have become his vassal beasts. There's no way they can escape his control. Vassal beasts have their own consciousness. When they learned of their master's miraculous abilities, they gave up on resisting. They obediently entered Wu Yan's blood and waited for his summons. One had to admit that vassal beasts had perfect consciousnesses. At the very least, they weren't like wild beasts that only relied on their instincts. That was why vassal beasts were so powerful. If they didn't have the heart to control their power, their evaluation of vassal beasts would drop by a few levels at the very least. Of course, it's also why vassal beasts going on a rampage isn't rare. For example, vassal beasts that don't have the ability to control their masters will go on a rampage due to anger or resentment. There aren't many of them. Natsuki's expression changed when she saw Wu Yan's confident expression. She turned to look at the white flame and black lightning in his hand. Her expression turned serious. Natsuki only realized how terrifying they are when she saw them up close. She didn't feel any heat from the white flame or the lightning. However, she could clearly sense a different kind of power. This was especially true for the black lightning. Nadine felt her heart palpitate when she looked at it. It's not that the black lightning is stronger than the white flame, it's just that Nangong Natyue feels that the black lightning is her natural enemy in a certain way. Natsuki took a deep breath and her expression returned to normal. She returned to her usual dignified self. Hurry up and put them away. Really, you could have controlled them properly. Natsuki's tone is the same as usual, but Wu Yan detected a hint of anger in her tone. She probably thought Wu Yan was toying with her when she lost control of herself. That's probably why she's pissed off. Don't accuse me wrongly. Wu Yan immediately tried to clear his name. I wasn't toying with you. They really didn't listen to me back then. Nangong Natsuki looked at him in confusion. Why? Well, who knows? Wu Yan wasn't sure either, so he shrugged. Maybe they're like that unlucky student of yours. Because they've never sucked anyone's blood, they don't want to admit that they're real. Wu Yan didn't know that the reason he came up with was a bit off, but it wasn't too far off. He accidentally hit the nail on the head. On the other hand, it was Nangong Natyue who exclaimed in surprise. You said you've never sucked anyone's blood? Is there a problem? Wu Yan felt a bit uncomfortable being stared at by Natsuki. It's not like I need to suck blood to fill my stomach. I also don't need to absorb mana from other people's blood. Why would I do that? Nangong Natyue stared blankly for a moment before nodding. Indeed, with your mana, you don't need to drink anyone's blood to replenish it. Natsuki turned around and said to Wu Yan as she walked away. She didn't even look at the ruins. Since we're done with the familiars, come with me to a place. A place? Wu Yan was surprised, but he quickly chased after her. Where are we going? Didn't you want to be an attack mage in Itagami Island? Natsuki glanced at Wu Yan. Yeah. Wu Yan's eyes lit up. Is there no problem? I just mentioned your request to those guys. Nangong Natsuki didn't even turn her head as she said, whether or not I can achieve my goal, I still have to test your ability. Oh. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. So you're asking me to go for an interview? That's the gist of it. Natsuki continued. Fortunately, that little girl of yours, who I don't know if she's your lover or younger sister, took the initiative to send Nagisa back. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to bring you back so quickly. At this point, Nangong Natsuki looked at him with a strange smile that he couldn't understand. She seemed to be in a good mood as she muttered to herself, that's right. Well, I hope you won't regret it when the time comes. Wu Yan thought Natsuki was worried about him failing the test. He puffed out his chest confidently. Don't worry. I'll be fine. However, he didn't know what was waiting for him in front of him. Chapter 894. Yua. On a sunny morning, Wu Yan was sleeping in as usual when he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. His drowsiness disappeared and he groaned in pain. Reflexively holding his stomach in pain, he groaned as his face contorted in pain. He lifted his head and looked in front of him. The next moment, in his blurred vision, he saw a petite figure standing at the end of the bed with one foot on his stomach. Seeing this scene, as long as one wasn't an idiot, one would be able to guess what the reason was: coterie. Wu Yan clenched his teeth and rubbed his stomach. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. You want to kill your own? Coterie interrupted Wu Yan with a threatening Her red eyes were filled with danger. Wu Yan quickly changed his words. You want to kill your own brother? Humph. Coterie swung her long red hair in two ponytails. She didn't care and put more force on Wu Yan's stomach. She even twisted it. If I don't do this, who knows what kind of price I'll have to pay to wake you up. Also, you're not my real brother, you're my adopted brother. Coterie blushed as she recalled the treatment she received when she woke Wu Yan up. She continued to stomp on Wu Yan's stomach as if venting her anger. Stop stomping, you're going to throw up last night's dinner. Wu Yan grabbed Coterie's foot and jumped up from the bed. He complained. What do you mean by, what price? It sounds so bad. I just want you to give your dear brother a good morning kiss when he wakes up. Can you use the word give to describe it? Coterie clenched her teeth. Please use the word force in front of the word give. What can I do about it? Wu Yan yelled without a hint of remorse. Who told my sister to be so arrogant? If I don't use force, how can there be benefits? Coterie was infuriated. She raised her foot and stomped down mercilessly. Who told you to be arrogant? Who told you to use force? Who told you to use force? Ouch! Wu Yan was kicked 3 times by Coterie. He was in so much pain that he couldn't even make strange sounds. It was as if someone did something to him. Coterie was too embarrassed to continue stomping on his stomach. She jumped off the bed with a blush. I've decided. I'll use this method to wake you up. Coterie declared as if she was announcing a death sentence. No. Coterie. Wu Yan wailed in agony. How can you do this to your beloved brother? Don't make it sound like I'm a cruel person. Coterie went straight for Wu Yan's dirty heart. You just want to take advantage of me. You. Wu Yan knew that she wouldn't listen to anything he says, so he snorted. It's just a morning kiss. We've already done this and that. Coterie glared at Wu Yan and she raised her leg like she was going to kick him. Wu Yan shut his mouth and didn't say anything else. Inside, he was laughing coldly. The same trick won't work on Saint Seiya. My naive sister. Just you wait until I eat you alive. You'll know what's good for you. Coterie, oblivious to the fact that someone is plotting against her, pulled open the curtains in a practiced manner. Then, she removed the blanket that Wu Yan was about to use to cover her head. Get up. You lazy vampire. Sigh. Wu Yan sighed. He gave up on the thought of going back to sleep. He slowly got up from his bed. A real vampire wouldn't wake up in the middle of the day. Outside the window, the clear blue sky stretched out endlessly. There was no darkness in the horizon. Far away, the sea at the edge of Itagami City reflected the sun's rays. For nocturnal vampires, this weather was indeed painful. Even if the other primogenitors were here, they would agree with him. Coterie knew Wu Yan well. She knew what kind of excuse Wu Yan was thinking. She said it with an expressionless face. No, you're different from other primogenitors. You just want to sleep in. Wu Yan grinned sheepishly after Huali exposed his thoughts. He got out of bed and started tidying up. It's been a few days since they arrived at Itagami Island. After a few days, Wu Yan and Coterie decided to stay at Natsuki's place for a few nights. Wu Yan and Coterie stayed at Natsuki's place for a few nights. It couldn't be helped, even though Natsuki wasn't as wary of them as she was when they first met, they were still unregistered residents. In this special demon city, it was almost impossible to move around without a proper identity. Even the demons who hadn't landed in Itagami City had the legal identity of an ordinary citizen. The two of them, on the other hand, were unregistered residents. If Natsuki didn't take them in, they would have to resort to some extreme measures. They would have to go to an impromptu couple's hotel to find a bed. Now, with Natsuki's help, not only did they find a temporary place to stay, with Natsuki's status, it won't be hard for her to help them with the necessary paperwork. In other words, they have a place to stay in Itagami Island. A few days ago, Wu Yan participated in an attack mage test with Natsuki's recommendation. The results should be out today. Wu Yan's dungeon quest is also progressing smoothly. As for whether or not he passed the test, Wu Yan didn't doubt it. After all, he used space control magic during the test. Space control magic is considered a high-level magic in this world. He heard that Natsuki used this magic to make a name for herself. Therefore, with that kind of performance, it shouldn't be a problem for him to pass the test. Under Kotori's constant urging, Wu Yan finally tidied up his appearance and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Kotori sat on the sofa with a satisfied look on her face as if she had achieved her goal. Looking at this scene, Wu Yan is a bit suspicious. This girl, she's so eager to wake him up, it can't be that she wants him to cook, right? After some simple yet appetizing breakfast was done, Natsuki also came out of her room like a cat that smelled blood. Surprisingly, he's a good man. After taking a bite of Wu Yan's breakfast, Natsuki gave a 100 out of 100 rating based on her personality. She happily shoveled the food into her mouth. Men like him are rare nowadays. On the side, Kotori nodded in agreement, but her words were merciless. That's the only thing worthy of praise. Wu Yan glared at Kotori before smiling at Natsuki. Eat more if you like it. We're the ones who are staying here, sorry for the trouble. Natsuki shook her head and said to Wu Yan, well, you can stay as long as you want. I won't object. In fact, Natsuki would rather Wu Yan stay here than object to it. Not only can he cook such delicious food, he can also make tea that even Natsuki herself can't find a single flaw in it. If it weren't for the fact that their genders are different, Natsuki would have made Wu Yan her maid. Of course, what she was going to do next wasn't much different from what she had just done. Natsuki's blue eyes stared at Wu Yan with a faint smile. She quickly took out a document and threw it in front of Wu Yan. Regarding your appointment, the higher-ups have issued it. Wu Yan was startled. When he realized what was going on, his spirit shook. He picked up the document and looked at it. His expression changed and he cried out in surprise. What? Chapter 895. What? Like a sudden clap of thunder, a thunderous exclamation reverberated throughout the hall without any warning, scaring Kotori, who was sipping her black tea so much that she almost choked on it. Why are you reacting so strongly? Wu Yan ignored Kotori's complaint. He stared at the document in front of him. His face was even closer to the document than before. He thought he was seeing things because he was too far away. He rubbed his eyes, and when he saw the exact same document, Wu Yan was at a loss. How can this be? Apprentice attack mage? That's right, Wu Yan was appointed as a probationary attack mage, not a professional attack mage in Itagami City. In other words, the current Wu Yan is still a trainee. He can't be considered an official and he still can't complete the quest 1. Natsuki was also surprised by Wu Yan's reaction. Did you think you're an attack mage just because you passed the test? Natsuki asked in a shocked tone. Ugh. Wu Yan blinked his eyes in confusion. His expression is a bit natural. Is that not the case? Natsuki raised her fan in annoyance. Which company didn't you start as an apprentice? How can you be an attack mage? This is one of the most powerful positions in Itagami City. If he wants to be an attack mage, there's no doubt about it. Wu Yan is definitely qualified. However, if one wanted to be an attack mage in Itagami Island, or in other words, an attack mage, strength alone wasn't enough. One had to know how to deal with magical disasters, reflexes, adaptability, and so on. All of these were required. Itagami Island was a special district for demons. Disasters caused by demons were commonly known as magical disasters. Normally, there was no need to mobilize an attack magician to deal with them. But when an attack magician was needed, these magical disasters would be dealt with. They won't be normal magical disasters. Therefore, the position of attack mage in Itagami Island not only required the person to be an attack mage, they also needed to have excellent handling skills. Only then would they be able to deal with magical disasters. They need to guide the security forces in Itagami City. The title of an apprentice attack mage. It only means that Wu Yan is an attack mage. It doesn't mean that Wu Yan has the ability to become an attack mage. The first mission requires Wu Yan to become an attack mage in Itagami City. Therefore, only when Wu Yan becomes an attack mage will the first mission be completed. Wu Yan tossed the document on the table with a listless face. He asked Natsuki weakly. What do I have to do to get rid of the word apprentice? Just like working in a normal company. Natsuki's lips curved upwards. A senior will guide you for a while. When you have the ability to deal with magical disasters on your own, you will be officially appointed as an attack mage in Itagami City. Senior? Wu Yan had a weird look on his face. He looked at Natsuki with a worried look on his face. He meekly asked. Then, who is my senpai? Senior? In terms of seniority and ability, there is no one higher than me in Itagami City. Natsuki closed her fan. Wu Yan didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he felt like Natsuki was proud of herself. Feeling uneasy, Wu Yan laughed dryly. He hesitated for a bit before he helplessly agreed. Fine, it's better than letting someone I don't know do it. I will leave it to you then, Natsuki. It's just guiding a newbie, it's not my first time. Natsuki nodded in satisfaction. She tapped the cup in front of her with her fan. Then, make me a cup of black tea first. What? Wu Yan couldn't believe his ears. Can you repeat that? I didn't hear you. Is it not clear enough? Natsuki said as if she was giving him advice out of kindness. As a newbie, it's necessary to serve tea to a senior who is kind enough to guide you, right? I think so. Wu Yan looked at Natsuki blankly. But why do I feel like that's not what you meant? Well, don't mind it, don't mind it. Kotori didn't know what to say when she saw how Wu Yan still hasn't recovered from his loss of composure. It's already so obvious, is there still a need to explain? Hurry up and do it. Kotori rolled her eyes at Wu Yan. Cheap servant. Twitching the corner of his mouth, Wu Yan finally understood the situation. Nangong Natsuyu was planning on freeloading off of him. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the feeling of being trampled by a bunch of grass mud horses. Squinting his dead fish eyes, he started brewing the black tea. Fortunately, it was just making black tea and cooking. It was no different from what he usually did. If he had to do housework or clean up, he would definitely go crazy. Oh, right. Natsuki tapped Wu Yan's forehead with her fan. You have to report to Saikai Academy's administration office today. Report? Wu Yan stopped what he was doing. Why? Is there even a need to ask? Natsuki raised her head. As your senior, since I'm an attack mage teacher assigned to Saikai Academy, you're naturally the same. You mean? Wu Yan was stunned. You want me to be a teacher at Saikai Academy? 12 in the afternoon. Don't be late. Natsuki closed her eyes with a smile. You will find that compared to an attack mage, being a teacher is much easier. Wu Yan's mind is in a mess. Itagami Island, Saikai Academy Middle School Division. Are you the newbie that Natsuki-senpai recommended? Walking down a corridor, a cheerful and pretty girl wearing a cheongsam with her fair thighs exposed, her hair tied up in 2 buns and her bosom constantly showing off her presence walked towards the class she is in charge of. She kept looking at Wu Yan with a curious gaze, making Wu Yan feel a bit uncomfortable. Her name is Nakazaki Nakazaki. It's a complicated name, but she isn't as simple as she looks. Nakazaki Nakazaki graduated from the same university as Natsuki. Like Natsuki, she is also an attack mage assigned to Saikai Academy. Strictly speaking, she is also Wu Yan's senior. Nakazaki Nakazaki is also the class teacher in charge of one of Saikai Academy's middle school classes. Wu Yan doesn't know what she teaches. Wu Yan only knows that the class he is going to be teaching is under Nakazaki Nakazaki Nakazaki. Yes, after a series of unexpected events that even Wu Yan could not react to, he was now a teacher in the Kaihai Academy Junior High School. To be honest, it was not Wu Yan's first time being a student. After so many years of being ravaged by the Celestial Empire, he had done his best as a student, to the point where he almost collapsed. However, this was definitely his first time being a teacher. With Wu Yan's past knowledge, he was simply overestimating himself if he wanted to be a teacher. He had even thrown away all the knowledge he had learned in the past. How could he teach others? If it wasn't for the fact that he was only teaching liberal arts and could rely on his complete memory, ability to memorize and barely reach the level of teaching, Wu Yan would have lost a lot of face. Even so, he still felt a little helpless. He never thought that he would actually become a teacher one day. Fortunately, he was only teaching junior high school. Yes, Sasazaki-senpai. Although he felt helpless, he still had to greet her. Currently, I'm still a newbie. I'm a trainee attack mage officer led by Natsuki-senpai. Please give me your guidance. Ma. Sasasaki smiled cheerfully. Since you are senior Yu's junior, then you are also my junior. If there is anything you do not understand, feel free to ask me. I will definitely help you. Is that so? Wu Yan smiled awkwardly. Then I'll leave it to you, leave it to me. Sasasaki Misaki patted her perky breasts, which almost attracted Wu Yan's attention. Now, I'll bring you to greet the students. Yes. Chapter 896. Itagami Island, Saikai Academy Junior High School, 3rd grade Class C. There's still some time before class starts. The 3rd grade students in junior high were around 14 or 15 years old. Students at this age were generally still at the age where they liked to play. Before class started, students generally didn't like to stay in the classroom. Even if they stayed in the classroom, they didn't want to stay by the desk. Therefore, the 3rd grade Class C had a rather lively atmosphere. The students were all whispering to each other, excitedly discussing some interesting things. For example, a certain teacher got married, a certain student fell in love, a certain friend caused trouble, a certain senior sister or senior brother made a fool of themselves. Basically, there was everything one could think of. They were all enjoying the leisure time after class. Among them, the most active one was a cute girl with red eyes. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail. She was none other than Xiao Nagisa. In just a short period of time, Xiao Nagisa had already scurried up and down the classroom countless times. As long as the students gathered together to chat, she would find an opportunity to join in the conversation and talk non-stop. She was so active that she didn't seem like a normal junior high school student, but it was hard to dislike her. After all, Xiao Nagisa was also a very cute girl. Nagisa might look like a coward because she was scared in front of Wu Yan the other day. In fact, she is the opposite. She is very lively and cheerful. She was also a member of the cheerleading team. Not only did she have excellent grades, but she was also capable of handling household affairs. She had a personality that was consistent with what she appeared to be. Although she could be particularly scary sometimes when she was angry, and there was no way she could keep a secret, it was impossible to judge her as a coward. Nagisa is also a talkative person. Once she starts talking, she can't stop talking. This also proves that she is very easy to get along with. Her personality is very likable. If she didn't have a phobia of demons, she wouldn't have acted so weak in front of Wu Yan. In front of others, Nagisa is just a cute girl who talks a lot. Perhaps. Even the students around her were no match for the aggressive Nagisa. In less than 2 minutes after she started talking, the students were already defeated. The students were already sweating profusely as they retreated in defeat. Xiao Nagisa, who still wanted to continue, was very displeased. Her eyes darted around the room. She is looking for someone to talk to. Not long after, she fixed her eyes on a certain seat in the classroom. Her eyes lit up when she saw a girl sitting there. It was a cute girl who looked similar to Xiao Nagisa. She was slightly taller than Xiao Nagisa and had shoulder-length black hair. She looked to be around 14 or 15 years old. She had a delicate face that was slightly more beautiful than Xiao Nagisa's. However, in terms of temperament, she was not as lively as Nagisa. Instead, she was more mature and steady. It was hard to tell that she was actually around the same age as Nagisa. Her name was Yukai Nakimi, and she was a new student who had just transferred to this school not long ago. On the surface, she looked like a cute girl, but in reality, Yukina's identity wasn't as simple as it looked. In this world, there was a non-public organization that specialized in dealing with magical terrorist acts. It specialized in stopping and collecting information on man-made magical disasters and magical terrorists. It was called the Lion King Organization. Yukaina, on the other hand, was an attack mage in the Lion King Organization. To be more precise, she was a sword shaman. She was very proficient in spirit vision and close combat. Her fighting ability was above ordinary demons. If she had the special weapon given to her by the Lion King, even a true ancestor would not be able to ignore her existence. Yukai Nakimi was such a person that people couldn't help but mention. She is here because of the primogenitor. Of course, she is not here because of Wu Yen. Nagisa didn't know about all this. In her eyes, Yukaina was just a new transfer student who needed to interact with her. Even though Yukaina hadn't been here for long, Nagisa's relationship with her was already pretty good. Nagisa, who liked to talk, didn't give up on harassing her good friend. "Hey, Yukina-chan, did you know?" She quickly came to Yukina's side, blinked her big eyes, and said in a very flirtatious tone, "I heard a new teacher is coming today, new teacher?" Yukaina paused for a second, but she was still attracted by Nagisa's words. "At a time like this?" "Yes." Nagisa excitedly put her hands on Yukina's desk, while her feet floated in the air, swaying back and forth. "I heard it's a new teacher." The previous teacher was supposed to retire, but after the new teacher came, the school allowed him to retire early. It's not a bad thing though. He's already so old and he can't even straighten his back. He coughs in the middle of class. It's not easy for people to adjust to class, but he's interrupted. "Nagisa, I'm starting to wonder if Nagisa's homework will drop because of this. If it does." Wait. Noticing that Nagisa was getting more and more excited, Yukaina hurriedly stopped her. Although she hadn't known Nagisa for a long time, Nagisa's ability to talk was well known in the class. Yukaina had heard of it before, but it was the first time she experienced it for herself, which made her feel a little embarrassed. "What about the new teacher?" Yukaina reminded her. She wanted Nagisa to get to the point. "Oh, a new teacher." Nagisa's interest didn't diminish as she continued, "I just found out too. The new teacher is a lot younger than the previous one. I heard that he's only in his 20s. He suddenly came to the school today and was recommended by a teacher in the high school. I don't know who that teacher is, but he seems very powerful." The principal agreed immediately after the recommendation. He didn't even ask about the new teacher's education. "Nagisa, I find it very strange. Yuasa-chan, do you find it strange too?" This time, Yukaina didn't mind Nagisa's rambling. She really did find it strange. As a sword shaman, Yukaina was weak in everything except close combat and astral vision. However, her intuition was surprisingly good. Plus, she had astral vision. She would subconsciously pay attention to things that were out of the ordinary or even dangerous. It is strange. Yukaina muttered. Maybe the new teacher has a special background. Isn't it similar to Yukina-chan in this regard? Nagisa clapped her hands and smiled. Yukina-chan also transferred here out of the blue. The new teacher is the same. Maybe he's someone Yukina-chan knows. How can that be? Yukaina shook her head. She hasn't been in Itagami Island for long. Other than Nagisa, she only knows her mission target. It's impossible for the new teacher to be someone she knows. Xiao Nagisa didn't seem to mind as she continued to mumble to herself. I'm looking forward to it. What's the new teacher like? Is he easy to get along with? If he's only in his 20s, he should be able to straighten his back, right? In that case, he shouldn't be coughing during class, right? No, that might not be the case. Maybe the new teacher is someone who gets sick easily. What if he's not healthy? What if he suddenly collapses in class? Also, what if he keeps coughing? Nagisa will have a headache. Nagisa-chan. Yukaina smiled bitterly. She looked at Nagisa who was talking on her desk. She finally understood how painful it is to talk to Nagisa. Yukaina didn't hate Nagisa. Before she came to Itagami Island, she only had one friend. As for family, she's long gone. At the same time, the bell rang, signaling the start of the class. Chapter 897. Wu Yan stood at the door and looked up at the sign with the word 3C. He didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling about this. It's not that there's any danger inside, it's that he's going to see something unexpected. Even though Wu Yan's intuition isn't very good, it's very useful in certain situations. He stared at the sign with an uncertain expression. He chose to trust his intuition. Standing at the doorway, Wu Yan racked his brain trying to think of all the possibilities. However, it's a futile effort, he bitterly smiled to himself. If he knew this would happen, he would have watched the new anime a few more times. Then he wouldn't be unable to piece together the plot. The only things he could think of were fragmented fragments. It's not useful at all. Sasaki Misaki didn't know that Wu Yan was thinking about so many things in such a short time. She pushed open the door of the classroom and walked in with a swagger. Finally, she managed to pull Wu Yan's attention back to the present situation. Unlike the lively atmosphere after class, all the students were sitting properly in their seats. When the door was pushed open, everyone turned to look at Sasaki Misaki. They seemed to be well behaved, there weren't any troublemakers around. Only a portion of the students vaguely noticed that there was someone standing at the door and immediately looked over curiously. At this time, Misaki Sasazaki also stood on the podium and waved at the students with a smile. She looked like a naughty big sister and didn't look like a teacher at all. Today, I'm going to introduce a new teacher to everyone. As expected, it's a new teacher. Xiao Nagisa tilted her head in her seat. She laughed, but soon, she couldn't laugh anymore. Perhaps it was because they had all received the news that a new teacher would be coming, but no one in the classroom showed any signs of surprise. Instead, they all cast their gazes towards the entrance of the classroom, their eyes filled with anticipation. For normal students, a new teacher or a new transfer student would arouse their curiosity. However, it was easy to arouse their curiosity. The men were looking forward to a beautiful big sister, while the women were looking forward to a handsome big brother. In some ways, their thoughts were very simple. Including Nagisa, because she was looking forward to seeing what the new teacher would be like, but now, she was completely stunned. She only had 2 words in her mind when she saw the figure walking in. How is this possible? The students curiously looked at the young teacher who walked into the classroom and began to whisper to each other. What, it's a male teacher. This was a disappointed male student. A male teacher, he doesn't look that good, but his eyes are very pretty. This was a female student who was interested. Under everyone's gaze, Wu Yan slowly walked up to the podium and he looked at the students. When he saw Nagisa staring at him in a daze, his heart skipped a beat and he almost face-bombed. His premonition had come true. She wouldn't scream in class, would she? Wu Yan shook his head and laughed. He walked to Misaki Sasasaki. He said loudly, "Hello everyone. My name is Wu Yan. I will be teaching liberal arts for a period of time. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Whether it is in class or after class, I will answer them." At this point, Wu Yan's serious face crumbled. He touched his nose embarrassedly. "But if it's about homework, forget it. Even if you ask me, I might not know." Hearing this, all the students present were stunned. Not to mention the students. Even Sasasaki Misaki was stunned. She didn't know what to say to Wu Yan, who didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed when he said that. "You are a teacher." The entire classroom was silent for a moment. Then, ha ha ha, loud laughter began to reverberate throughout the entire classroom, showing the mood of the owner of the classroom. "Teacher. Are you kidding me?" "I'm not kidding. Back in the day, my grades were terrible. I was scolded by the class teacher many times." "Huh, then how did you become a teacher?" "Well, I was forced." Ha ha ha. Unlike the usual solemn class, the entire class burst into laughter. Nagisa and Yukaina couldn't help but laugh as well. Their laughter was filled with friendliness. That nonsensical opening made the students feel closer to Wu Yan. They didn't feel as reserved as they did at the beginning. One by one, the students started to raise their hands in response to Wu Yan's words. "Teacher. I have a question for you." "Me too." "Me too." "Teacher. Here." I say, one by one. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. "Remember, don't ask about homework." "Haha, teacher. How old are you this year?" 26, almost 27, eh? You're 26. You should be younger. Are you taking care of yourself? Teach us." "I'm not. I was born this way. If you have a good attitude, you won't age so easily." "Well, you're all so lively." "Don't worry, you won't die so early. We won't die." "Haha. Teacher, teach us how to take care of ourselves." "I said I'm not taking care of myself." "Hey teacher, let's be friends. Don't say anything immoral." "Wah, teacher, you're so cute. Over there. Don't tease the teacher." Ha ha ha. All of a sudden, the sound of laughter spread throughout the third grade floor of Kai High Academy, along with the interaction between the teacher and the interested students. It even spread to the ears of the other classes, causing many people to be surprised as to why they were laughing so happily. At the same time, they couldn't help but become restless, wanting to know the truth of the matter. Sasasaki looked at Wu Yan, who was joking with the students. Sasasaki glanced at her students and then looked at Wu Yan. She smiled. He's more interesting than I thought. This junior, okay. Wu Yan stopped the students from asking more and more questions. He rolled his eyes. "If you want to chat, let's wait until after class. If you continue, Sasasaki teacher will be angry, ma." Sasasaki giggled. She didn't seem angry at all. It's good to be like this once in a while. At the same time, Yukaina looked at the lively classroom. She looked at Wu Yan in surprise. Yukaina has never seen such an atmosphere in her life. Now that she's experiencing it herself, she felt strange, but she didn't hate him. That sensei seems quite interesting. Yukaina smiled after giving the same comment as Sasasaki Hajime. At this moment, Yukaina noticed Nagisa, who was sitting not far from her. Nagisa was hesitant, and she paused for a second. Nagisa is a very lively girl. Yukina's impression of her was that she liked this kind of lively atmosphere. With her personality, she should be interacting with the interesting teacher like the other students. She should be the most enthusiastic one. However, Nagisa's current behavior was completely different from the one Yukaina knew. Yukaina noticed the trace of fear in Nagisa's beautiful eyes. Yukaina was puzzled, but at the same time, she began to ponder. Does Nagisa know that teacher? And she doesn't have a good impression of him? But this teacher seems easy to get along with. Is there a secret behind this? Yukaina didn't know that Nagisa's behavior was already very good. Nagisa has a phobia of demons, so she can't get along with any demons. If it were another demon, she would scream and run out of the classroom like Wu Yan predicted. Nagisa's eyes still had traces of fear, but they weren't as frightened as before. Wu Yan's behavior made Nagisa's curiosity slowly overtake her fear. Chapter 898. On the stage, Wu Yan, who has been paying attention to Nagisa, saw her reaction. He appeared to be interacting with the students normally, but inside, he was feeling helpless. Even though he had mastered all the tactics in the 103,000 books of witchcraft, he still couldn't think of a solution to this phobia of demons, which was similar to male phobia. Although Xiao Nagisa was proficient in all the tactics in the 103,000 books of witchcraft, he still couldn't think of a solution to this phobia of demons. In the final analysis, this phobia of demons was caused by the owner's mental state. Unless Xiao Nagisa thought it through, nobody could solve this phobia of demons. In other words, Nagisa must have been traumatized by something related to the Nephilim in the past. That's why she developed this phobia of the Nephilim. Wu Yan has only known Nagisa for a few days. Logically speaking, there's no reason for him to cure her phobia of the Nephilim. There's no reason for her to accept him either. Nagisa rejected him because of this reason, but he was only slightly hurt. He didn't mind it too much. After all, 90% of guys would be upset if a cute girl hates them. But now, she's one of the students he's responsible for. For some reason, his cheap sister seems to care a lot about Nagisa. When he summoned his familiar, she even took the initiative to send Nagisa home. They seem to be getting along well. Nagisa. She's Kodari's only friend of the same age in Itagami Island. Even if they aren't close, at least they can get along peacefully, right? Thinking up to this point, Wu Yan glanced at Nagisa, who didn't even dare to look at him. An idea popped up in his mind. Oh, right. In front of the whole class, Wu Yan suddenly said something. I didn't come to Kai Hai Academy until today, so I'm not familiar with this school and everything here. Usually, teaching is more or less a bit difficult, so I was wondering if I should find someone to act as my assistant and help me out. It's similar to a course representative. Hearing this, Misaki Sasasaki also felt that it was very reasonable and nodded. The students also had no objections and raised their hands in excitement. Sensei. Let me do it. Let me do it. Let me do it. Sensei. Pick me. No. It's me. Oh. Sasasaki was surprised to see the whole class raising their hands. It was as if she didn't know her students until today. He's so popular. Teacher Wu Yan. It was no wonder that Misaki Sasasaki was so surprised. Her students were not lifeless, and were even a little lively. However, such a lively scene was very rare. It had to be said that Wu Yan's previous performance was very impressive. It really made these young students have a good impression of him. After all, no matter which student it was impossible to like a teacher who was difficult to get along with. Wu Yan seemed to be shocked as well. He didn't expect himself to be so charming. He didn't even think about it, and he was slightly pleased with himself. However, he also had other plans. I am very happy that so many people are willing to help me. However, this is difficult. It is difficult to choose. He acted as if he was in a difficult situation. His wine-red eyes turned and he looked at Xiao Nagisa. He chuckled. That student over there, why aren't you raising your hand? Wu Yan's speech caused the entire class to look at the stunned Nagisa. They were all shocked and bewildered at the same time. Yeah, why isn't Akatsuki-san raising her hand? That's impossible. Akatsuki-san, she is Akatsuki-san. She is usually the most enthusiastic one at this time. Yeah, that's strange. Nagisa-chan. Yukaina was also surprised. What's going on? For some reason, Nagisa was the center of attention in the class. She didn't know how to react, but when she did, she shrunk her neck in embarrassment and hurriedly shook her head. No. It's not. Xiao Nagisa stuttered, she didn't know what to say. She didn't know how to explain. She couldn't tell everyone that she has a phobia of demons, and that the popular teacher in front of her is actually a demon that hasn't appeared yet. Xiao Nagisa didn't want to reveal that she has a phobia of demons, let alone the fact that her classmates might not believe her. Even though she was afraid of Wu Yan, she couldn't help but complain in her heart. Why did he have to drag her down with him? Akatsuki-san. Wu Yan tilted his head and narrowed his eyes with a smile. How about you be my class representative? Huh? Xiao Nagisa was stunned again. She exclaimed when she realized what was going on. What's wrong? Wu Yan had expected this reaction, but he still forced a smile. You don't want to? All of the students looked at one another in bewilderment. They were all confused by Xiao Nagisa's intense reaction. Why was the cheerful, easygoing, and warm-hearted Akatsuki acting so strange today? Sensing the strange gazes from the surrounding students, Xiao Nagisa started to panic. No. It's not like that. Xiao Nagisa was anxious because she didn't know how to explain herself. Wu Yan laughed and said to Xiao Nagisa, how about this? If you're willing to help me and be my class representative, I'll give you something good. Something good? The students' attention was drawn. Something good? Xiao Nagisa was stunned. Wu Yan smiled warmly at her. Out of nowhere, he pulled out a big box. Inside the box, there are some piping hot pastries. In the next moment, the aroma of the pastries began to reverberate throughout the entire classroom at an uncontrollable speed. It didn't take long for it to fill every corner of the classroom. When everyone smelled the rich aroma that made them salivate, their spirits were shaken, and their eyes lit up. Don't look at me like that, I'm actually very good at cooking. Wu Yan smirked when he saw everyone's reaction. If you're willing to help me, I'll treat you to some. It's really good. Listening to Wu Yan's words and actions that are akin to teasing a child, the crowd was speechless. He's not a kid, why would he bribe me with food? Yukaina shook her head with a smile, but her eyes didn't move away from the pastries. The smell was too tempting. Xiao Nagisa's heart wavered as she stared at the fragrant pastries. Her sweet and adorable face was extremely conflicted. She wasn't a foodie. But she still liked good food. She was just a little girl. However, the other party was also a demon. If she agreed, wouldn't she have to deal with him often in the future? How was that possible? Xiao Nagisa's eyes never left the pastries. The delicious aroma and her curiosity towards Wu Yan overcame her fear. She nodded. Okay. Okay. Wu Yan smiled, he smiled happily. The rest of the students weren't happy. Teacher. You're biased. Yeah. We want some too. You guys. Wu Yan's smile turned bitter. Okay, I still have a lot. The group of students broke into smiles and cheered. Thank you, teacher. Teacher. You're a good person. Don't give me a card. After that, the delicious pastries were distributed to the students one by one. Even Sasaki Misaki, who was watching from the side, was given some and started eating. Thus, some absurd scenes appeared in the classroom. After all, this is a school, a classroom. What kind of teacher would give food to the students during class? Admittedly, Wu Yan's delicious pastries won the hearts of the students. Yukaina took a bite and let out a satisfied moan. She looked at the pastries in a different light. It's delicious. It's true. Sasaki and the other students' eyes lit up. It's delicious. Nagisa chewed her desserts faster. At the same time, she snuck a peek at Wu Yan, who was distributing the desserts. Curiosity was the only thing left in her eyes. Chapter 899. Itagami Island, Saikai Academy, Middle School Division, Teacher's Office. Wu Yan shook his head and chuckled when he saw Yukaina and Nagisa hiding behind her awkwardly. What are you doing? Yukaina glanced at Nagisa on reflex when she heard Wu Yan's question. Nagisa immediately shook her head at Yukaina as if to say she won't come out. Yukaina had no choice but to explain herself. Wu Yan, sensei. Yukaina averted her eyes and carefully said to Wu Yan. Nagisa-chan seems to be afraid of you, so she doesn't dare to be alone with you. Wu Yan was taken aback. He glanced at Nagisa, who was looking at him curiously but still hiding behind Yukaina. He sighed. Well, you're right. Letting Akatsuki bring me around Saikai Academy is a bit too much for her. That. Nagisa also felt that her actions were a little hurtful. She blushed and murmured, I'm sorry. Oh. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and smiled. You're finally willing to talk to me. This is already a huge improvement. Nagisa blushed even harder. She was even more embarrassed now. Although it was because she had a phobia of demons that she behaved like this. However, it was her fault for being so rude. Not only did Wu Yan not get angry, he even defended her. This made her feel bad. Of course, she was also happy. Ever since she developed her fear of demons, Nagisa couldn't even bear to look at the face of a demon, let alone talk to one. She hasn't interacted with demons for a few years now. Now, she can talk to her sensei, who is a demon. Just like Wu Yan said, this is a huge improvement. Of course, at the end of the day, it's because of Wu Yan's harmless appearance. His kind behavior and the delicious pastries he had given her had left a good impression on Xiao Nagisa, and the curious, cheerful, and lively girl had changed her opinion of him. That was why she was able to improve so much. If it were another demon, Xiao Nagisa wouldn't be able to resist him. Nagisa would probably still be afraid. After all, even Wu Yan, who left a good impression on her, she couldn't be completely unafraid of him, let alone other demons. Yukaina looked at Wu Yan and then at Nagisa. Recalling the conversation between the two of them, she asked, could it be? You two already know each other? Wu Yan blinked and shrugged. Well, we kind of know each other. Although the process was quite frustrating. Wu Yan stood up and walked out of the office. He waved at Yukaina and Nagisa. All right, come with me to the school. I'm curious about what this school has. Like a haunted lab or a dissecting course on beastmen. There's no such thing. Yukaina and Nagisa were frightened by Wu Yan's words. Yukaina and Nagisa screamed in unison. Wu Yan laughed. Oh. Nagisa finally walked out from behind Yukaina. She stuck her tongue out at Wu Yan's back. What a bad teacher. Yukaina laughed and shook her head, then pulled Nagisa's hand over. Let's go. I feel like Wu Yan, sensei, will cause trouble if we lose him. Indeed. He is indeed a teacher that can't be trusted. Xiao Nagisa nodded as if she was telling the truth. He's interesting, he speaks humorously, he's gentle, he doesn't cough in class, he doesn't bend his back, and he knows how to cook. He's a very nice person. Yukaina was speechless. She glared at Nagisa. If that teacher is so nice, then why are you so afraid of him? There are all kinds of reasons. Nagisa waved her hand and smiled awkwardly. She saw that Yukaina wanted to get to the bottom of this, so she quickly pushed her out of the office. All right, let's go. I know, don't push me. Thus, a vampire, a sword sorcerer, and a young girl who had a phobia of demons started to wander around Kai-Hai Academy, forming a marvelous combination. Saikai Academy is a very normal school, at least it looks that way on the surface. Here, humans are the only ones to learn, unlike the demons in Itagami Island. Along the way, Wu Yan used the system to scan his surroundings. He thought he could find something. He found quite a bit, but most of it was within his expectations. 99% of the students here are normal. Their levels fluctuated between 10 and 10, but most of them are level 0. The ones with levels are those who do sports or join clubs. They're pretty good fighters, just like Chuju, who gained a certain level of strength from being a normal human. This isn't the first time Wu Yan sighed. As expected of a special demon city, even normal humans have a certain level of combat prowess. Although this level of combat prowess is nothing in the eyes of the demons, it doesn't diminish the strength of the humans in Itagami City. Being able to live together with demons is something to be proud of. Other than that, Wu Yan also noticed that a small number of people in Saikai Academy are above Tier 5. There are even a few Tier 7 existences. This group of people should have a certain level of attack mage skills, have practiced some kind of magic skill, or are natural overachievers. It couldn't be ruled out that they were attack mages hidden in the school, or attack mage officers assigned to Saihai Academy. In short, there are no demons in Saikai Academy, but it's a place full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. However, Wu Yan wasn't surprised. Even the Tier 9 Natsuki is a teacher here. It's not hard to guess that there are some special people studying here. What surprised Wu Yan was that Yukaina Kimi isn't a normal student either. Yukaina Kimi, level 69. It was different from the thin and weak figure on the surface. In this thin and weak figure, there was actually a strength as high as the peak of the 7th order. Yukaina doesn't look like a demon, and normal students can't have this kind of strength. So Wu Yan guessed that Yukaina Kimi is also an attack mage. And her background isn't small either. One had to know that when Natsuki took him to participate in the test, he saw many other offensive mages. However, those offensive mages were all around the 6th step. Some of the 7th step ones were in their 70s or 80s. They couldn't compare to Yukaina, a 14-year-old girl who was already at the peak of the 7th step. Although, peak Tier 7 strength is nothing in Wu Yan's eyes. What Wu Yan didn't know is that in the guitar case on Yukina's back, there is a weapon that even he can't ignore. With that weapon, not to mention a peak of the 7th rank, even a peak of the 8th rank or even a peak of the 9th rank would be killed by Yukaina if they weren't careful. Soon, the three of them finished touring the junior high school building. Then, the three of them came to the senior high school building. High school section. Nagisa said excitedly. Nagisa, I rarely come to the high school section. Me too. Yukina's expression changed as she said, but senior should be here, right? Yeah. Nagisa nodded. Koju-kun is here. Koju-kun. Wu Yan paused and turned to look at Nagisa. Koju-kun, is he Akatsuki Koju? Nagisa was startled by Wu Yan's sudden question. She shrunk back. Yes. Yes, Koju-kun. He's my brother. Wu Yan blanked out for a moment before he cried out in surprise. You're Akatsuki Koju's sister? Yeah. Nagisa looked at Wu Yan with a bewildered look. Do you know Koju-kun, teacher? Before Wu Yan could answer, another surprised voice came from behind them. Nagisa? Yukaina? Chapter 900. Akatsuki Koju. This isn't the first time Wu Yan heard this name. Even if he's not familiar with the plot, to the point where he's so unfamiliar with the plot that he can't even remember the main character's name, even if he doesn't remember his face. Also, while staying at Natsuki's place, Wu Yan heard her complain about having a troublesome student who could wipe the entire Saikai Academy off the map if he wasn't careful. That student is Akatsuki Koju. Of course, not many people in this world know the name Akatsuki Koju. However, when it comes to Akatsuki Koju's identity, everyone knows who he is. Only one of the 4 true ancestors existed in the legends. It was the 4th true ancestor, whose existence had only been confirmed recently. The 4th primogenitor, the strongest vampire in the world. Even though he's a primogenitor, he's much stronger than the other 3 primogenitors. He controls 12 disaster-level familiars. Any one of them has the power to destroy Itagami City. He's the most uncontrollable variable in the city. Because of this, Natsuki paid special attention to Akatsuki Koju. Not a day goes by when she doesn't talk about him. After all, Akatsuki Koju is an atomic bomb that could explode at any time. Once the city is gone, Natsuki has to pay attention to him. She also has a headache. Of course, Natsuki's headache has increased from 1 to 2 primogenitors. They're both super powerful vampires, they both have familiars that can destroy Itagami City, and they're both unclassified demons. Wu Yen and Akatsuki Koju are very similar. Natsuki doesn't even know that Wu Yen is also a primogenitor. The difference is that as a primogenitor, Wu Yen has already shown his potential. Even though he's still not as strong as the other 3 primogenitors who have lived for God knows how long. But he definitely won't lose to anyone below primogenitor. This doesn't even include Ruby Mode and his familiars. In terms of familiars, Wu Yen only has 2, but he won't lose to anyone in terms of familiars, including the true ancestor. As for Koju, he was known as the world's strongest vampire ancestor, but in fact, he wasn't completely. Vampires were powerful because of their familiars. The same was true for the primogenitors, and even more so for the legendary 4th primogenitor. The 12 familiars that could rival calamity beasts were definitely at the pinnacle of their kind. The 4th true ancestor was the strongest in the world. But now, none of Xiao Guqing's familiars were under his control, and none of them were willing to listen to his orders. As the 4th ancestor's familiars, they hadn't fully acknowledged Xiao Guqing. If it wasn't for the fact that he'd gained control of one of the familiars a few days ago, Xiao Guqing wouldn't even be able to defeat an ordinary vampire. Wu Yen is qualified to be a true ancestor. Akatsuki Koju, on the other hand, is a half-baked true ancestor. This could be seen from the feedback from the system. Koju? What appeared in front of him was a boy wearing a high school uniform from Sai-Hai Academy. He was wearing a white hooded jacket, and the hair in front of his forehead was the color of a wolf's body hair. It was slightly thin, and his handsome face was filled with laziness as if he was born like this. His eyes were squinting as if he was sleepy. He was about 16 or 17 years old, and there was nothing special about him. He was a high school student that could be seen everywhere. His eyes widened in surprise as if he was surprised to see Nagisa, Yukaina, and Yukaina here. He was even more surprised to see a boy with them. Wu Yen froze when he heard Koju's feedback. This is the first time he's seen someone's level displayed in. What's going on? System, what's with this message? Under Wu Yan's questioning, the system's voice echoed in his mind. User, the system's perception of the target's level is very unstable. It is unable to accurately assess the target's level. The system paused for a moment before continuing. According to the system's analysis, the target has 12 powerful familiars hidden within him, but they are not under the control of the host. If the host can further control these familiars, the target's level will gradually increase. The system cannot determine whether the target has familiars under his control, nor can it determine the number of familiars under his control. Therefore, it cannot determine the target's strength. Wu Yen understood what was going on. To put it simply, Koju was still an incomplete primogenitor. The familiars in his body weren't under his control, and each time he gained control of a familiar, his power would greatly increase. When that time came, his level would also greatly increase. In other words, Koju's level would increase as he gained control of the familiars in his body until he gained full control of all 12 familiars. Right now, Koju only had control of one familiar. He had many other disobedient familiars. The system could not determine whether these disobedient familiars were part of Koju's strength or not. Therefore, it could not determine his true level. Even the mysterious system could not do anything to the 4th true ancestor due to his half-baked skills. Wu Yen was speechless. Nagisa and Yukaina also noticed Koju. Ah! It's Guqing-kun. Xiao Nagisa looked at her brother and waved at him happily. Kojo-kun. Good morning. Oh. Good morning. Koju instinctively replied, but quickly reacted and complained loudly. Now isn't the time to say good morning, is it? Why are you here? This is the high school division. Koju ran over and looked at Wu Yan in confusion. You are? Senpai. Yukaina walked up to Koju and introduced him. He's a new teacher in our class. We're here to show him around the school. I see. Koju nodded in realization. He turned to look at Wu Yan and met eyes with Wu Yan, who has been quietly observing him. Time seemed to have stopped as their gazes met. It was as if only the two of them were left in the world. Everything around them seemed to have disappeared. The two of them just stood there quietly, looking at each other. They had actually fallen into an unbelievable state. Koju had a strange feeling as he looked at the figure in front of him. This feeling was similar to when he was in a basketball game. Excitement, fear, joy, and a heavy heart. It's a combination of excitement and danger. It's an indescribable feeling of comfort and nervousness. Inside Koju's body, the blood of a true ancestor flowed faster. His nerves became exceptionally sharp. The terrifying familiars that resided in Koju's blood didn't come out one by one. Instead, they all came out at the same time. That's because the familiars sensed a powerful enemy. Moreover, this powerful enemy was nearby. Koju's heart throbbed more and more intensely as time passed. He could finally sense the strange feeling in his heart. It was the feeling of sensing that a powerful comrade was approaching. The ancestor blood in his body is telling him that there's another existence of the same level in front of him. The strong feeling awakened the familiars. Koju was caught off guard by the sudden ruckus. It was already too late by the time he realized what was going on. Stop, stop. Koju's body suddenly trembled. His expression became ferocious as his pupils slowly turned red. His fangs slowly protruded out and a terrifying demonic power erupted from his body. Ah, Koju! He screamed in pain. Chapter 901. Ah! Without any warning, Koju let out a painful roar. His whole body seemed to be possessed by something. Even his muscles were faintly twitching. His face was distorted and filled with obvious discomfort. A surge of mana that made Wu Yan's pupils shrink suddenly surged out of Koju's body like a tidal wave. It exploded in all directions, and in just a short time, the mana on his body had expanded to the point where it could blow up the surrounding walls and windows. Wu Yan has never seen such a powerful mana on anyone other than himself. Wu Yan cursed when he saw the magic power spreading in all directions. The glass and walls around him started cracking. He immediately made his move. Pung! Following a firecracker-like sound, Wu Yan's mana was no weaker than Koju's. He moved his feet and a raindrop of light rippled from his body. Then, Wu Yan, Koju, Yukaina, and Xiao Nagisa all disappeared from the corridor. All that was left at the scene was a half-cracked corridor that hadn't collapsed in time and shattered glass all over the floor. It was as if a small bomb had just been detonated here. It was an indescribable mess. At the same time, in Saikai Academy. In a classroom. A hedgehog-headed boy with headphones was blasted by the noise from his own headphones. He pulled them out of his ears in discomfort. His face was pale and he couldn't stop panting. Just now, that was Gu Cheng. He glanced at the direction of the cracked corridor and glanced at the students in the classroom. Then, he left his seat as if nothing had happened and rushed towards the corridor. That guy, could it be that he's met with some trouble again? Saikai Academy High School, a luxurious office on the top floor. Sitting in front of a spacious desk. Natsuki was enjoying a cup of Wu Yan's black tea she brought from home. She was enjoying a rare moment of leisure. When Koju's mana went berserk, Nayu abruptly stopped what she was doing and a grave expression appeared in her deep blue eyes. Natsuki stood up. She leaned to the side. A similar flash of light rippled from her petite body. He disappeared from the office in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already in the hallway where Koju's mana had gone berserk. Two different types of magic. He looked around at the messy surroundings. Nayu narrowed her eyes and then closed them. Looks like Wu Yan's meeting with Koju is the cause of all this trouble. Natsuki sighed as she analyzed the situation. Really, troublesome juniors and troublesome students, both of them are so troublesome. I hope they can solve it themselves. After saying that, Natsuki teleported again and returned to her office. She started to leisurely drink some tea. In Kai-Hai Academy, almost everyone who sensed the abnormal magic power walked around this corridor until they couldn't find anything or were afraid of being discovered by others. Only then did they reluctantly return to their original positions. 15 minutes later, the situation here was discovered by the ordinary students, who reported it to the school teachers. The entire Saikai Academy fell into a small commotion. In the end, the cracked corridor was covered up with the unconvincing excuse of being in disrepair. Itagami Island, the area where Wu Yan summoned his familiar. A flash of light suddenly appeared in the middle of the junkyard. Then, 4 figures of different sizes appeared out of thin air. As soon as they appeared, one of the figures burst out with a violent gust of wind mixed with rich magic power, stirring up the deathly silent scene into a mess. Koju's voice was filled with uncontrollable pain. It made the hearts of those who heard it ache, but there was nothing they could do. He was already doing his best, but he still couldn't stop the vassal beasts inside his body from causing a ruckus. For the current Koju, controlling these familiars is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It's impossible. As a primogenitor, he's not a primogenitor. He can force the familiars in his body to calm down, but when he's attacked by other familiars or suffers serious injuries, they'll instinctively protect him even though they can't be controlled. Since Koju can't control them, the method they use to protect him is too harsh. They'll just cause a ruckus and destroy everything around them. That way, the threat will disappear. However, this time is different. The familiars are causing a ruckus because they ran into a powerful enemy they haven't seen in a long time, one that isn't weaker than them. Others might not know what kind of existence Wu Yan is, but the familiars of a primogenitor are the first to realize that Wu Yan is a primogenitor. Thus, the familiars that have been sleeping in Koju's body for a long time got excited and started a rebellion. It's rare for a primogenitor of the same level to appear. The Calamity's avatars wanted to come out and fight. They wanted to vent their frustrations after being asleep for so long. Thus, Koju was dragged into this mess by a group of willful familiars. Along with the roar, a wild storm of mana swept out and filled every corner of the battlefield. Yukaina, who was caught off guard, finally realized what was going on. Senpai. Yukaina was shocked to see Koju's mana go berserk. What's going on? Haha. Yukaina didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I think it's because of me. Teacher. Yukaina hurriedly turned to Wu Yan and saw Nagisa who had fainted in his arms. Her expression changed. Nagisa-chan. Nagisa. Koju looked at Nagisa with difficulty. When he saw her faint, he didn't panic. Instead, he let out a sigh of relief. Koju knew that his sister was afraid of demons. That's why he hid his identity as the 4th primogenitor. Only a few people knew about it. If his sister knew that her brother was a demon, the consequences would be. Don't worry. Wu Yan seemed to know what the 2 girls were thinking. He placed Nagisa in Yukina's arms. Akatsuki-san is just under hypnosis, it's nothing serious. Wu Yan smiled at Koju and Yukaina. After all, I'm sure you guys would have a headache if she were to see this, right? Koju looked at Wu Yan gratefully, but he quickly bent over in pain. On the other hand, Yukaina looked at Wu Yan with a serious expression. This teacher actually knows how to teleport magic, and it's so advanced that he was able to teleport the berserk Koju, himself, and Nagisa together. Looking at the scene, it seems to be quite a distance away from Saihai Academy. It seems like he's the reason why Akatsuki went berserk. The new teacher in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. Who is he? Yukaina became cautious, but she didn't question him. The most important thing right now is to stop Koju from going berserk. Otherwise, Itagami Island will be in danger. Fortunately, Her weapon came in handy in this situation. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, Koju's condition changed again. No. Go back, Koju shouted himself hoarse, but it was clearly useless. Under everyone's gaze, Koju's mana turned into golden lightning. A blood-colored mist floated out of his body. Then, a giant lion wearing golden armor and golden lightning appeared in the air. Roar! The golden lion roared from within the lightning. Jijue Yukina's pupils shrank as she said in a serious tone, word by word. Fourth primogenitor's fifth familiar, Lion's Gold. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.